Hello and welcome, League of Legends enthusiasts. I am Anthony Acolyte Bringetto. Alongside me, I have Aaron Gorola, aka Fantastic Fat Man, and today we are bringing you the upper bracket winners finals, basically one step below the grand finals, and we have a banger for you today.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. Looks like we got Team DN versus Team Cal Gold. I've been seeing a lot of haymakers between these teams. I can't wait to see it. And they got a little bit of lifeline still going to a lower bracket. So we'll see what they pull out. Are they gonna save something spicy to go ahead and move on and catch someone off guard in the lower bracket? I'm not sure what kind of strategy these teams are trying to pull off, but I know they got to be ready to play today.
And as mentioned in an earlier broadcast that we had yesterday, we're getting to the upper echelons of the League of Legends ranking system right here. We've got Masters
Hmm.
players, we've got Diamond 1, we have people
Oh yeah.
in these tournaments who have been ex pros beforehand. So we have really exciting talent coming with us today, and it's going to be a great showcase of League of Legends.
Oh yeah. Hopefully we do see a lot of ARAM mid plays. I like to see the chaos. I like to see teams going 5v5, duking it out, seeing whose team comp is better. I'm ready for the wombo combos. I know I saw one yesterday between MF, Kennen, and there was one other. I think it was Malphite. It was pretty nasty when they did land a nice Kennen ultimate into a bullet. What's MS ultimate again? Bullet time.
Yeah, the bullet time. Yeah.
Yeah, those waves really do melt, especially when your MF is online. So I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see some highlights. Make sure you guys get those clips ready, and then hopefully have your drinks and snacks and enjoy a show we have here today.
And fortunate enough for us, we have so many teams that were in this tournament. 54 teams to start off this tournament yesterday, and there's only enough time in the day to spectate a little bit here and there. But we
Yeah.
did get to see one game from Cal Gold and one game from Team DN. We actually got to see the game leading up to this match for both of them. Both of these teams won in about 25 minutes. Both of them had about a 10 kill gold lead and had really early gold leads as well. But they had different styles while they did it too. I'm taking a look at some of my notes from yesterday, trying to do a little bit of that caster study. We had
Nice.
Team DN, their path to this right here. We're trying to get everything organized right here, but the lobby's a little bit full. Um, we'll be working on that in a little bit. We're about ready to get into the pro drafts.
All right. What are we expecting to hear? What are we? What champions are we expecting to see? I know there's been a lot of talk about caster supports, but I think that's a little bit of a bait. A lot of pros been just going with the engage. What do you think?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of engaged supports. We've seen a lot of Leona, a lot of Rel,
Yeah.
and not a lot in terms of the caster type things. I've seen a lot of scaling champions come out. I mean, in the games that I did watch yesterday, we saw stuff like the Gangplank, we saw stuff like the Victor.
Yeah.
Um, I think there's going to be a huge priority on Kaisa. Both of these teams actually picked Kaisa in their wins yesterday that were streamed on a live stream for everyone to see, and both of the Kaisas definitely popped off. So we'll see if that gets through pick and ban, if that
Mhm.
becomes kind of like a maze around, because sometimes people will purposely leave it up and they have something in mind, or sometimes if you're red side, you're like, okay, red side, we're on blue, we can first pick it. We have to force the ban on red side to open up some pocket picks that some of these carries might have.
Yeah, I mean, the battle starts with the champion draft. You got to see what you want to prioritize. You got to see what you want to ban. And I personally always have a rule for these competitive matches. It's always comfort over counter. If a counter pick is open, but your comfort is not the best pick, I still say go comfort because if you're in a 5v5 situation where your team's not doing so hot, you want a champion that you fully all the way know where you're like, okay, I know exactly what to do when I'm behind. I know exactly what to do when I'm getting screwed over from the top lane waves or I'm getting camped, tower dove. I know exactly what to do in this position because I played this champion. I'm comfortable with this champion. I'm not too sure how they'll go ahead and go with it though, because this is some upper levels of players we have here. I see a master player on one of the teams, so maybe they're just gonna be like, no, I'm good. I'm good with all of these champions. I'll go definitely counter over comfort. I can't wait to see it though.
Yeah, we got three Masters players in this game. One on the side of Team DN, two on the side of Cal Gold. I think I got it the right way.
Oh,
But
okay.
taking a look at this, just to kind of throw up some highlights from yesterday, from Team DN, they played Ivern in their streamed match, and Ivern had an 89% kill participation, just missing out on 2 kills for his team. So just being omnipresent everywhere on the map. And they're a very explosive team. They'll dive 1v4 no problem whatsoever without a second thought. And that's that lack of hesitation that can see people really get ahead in these games and push their early game advantages. Meanwhile,
Oh.
Cal Gold, they organized a lot of team fight dives. Their support would die for the play over and over again as long as it meant getting the teams fed. And hey, KDA doesn't mean anything unless you have that win on the Nexus. And how are you going to enable that? You're going to get your carries fed.
Oh yeah, you always gotta love a support that'll die for the cause. You know, you want to go ahead and get those takedowns. You want to get your carries fed, and if it unfortunately has to do the ultimate sacrifice of sacrificing yourself for the play, I mean that's what you got to do. And as a support player, you know those got to be the most selfless people on earth because that's what you got to do. Uh, unless they go for like a carry type support, but then that's when they go a little on the selfish side. But as you said, that team definitely had. What team was that? Was it Cal Gold or Team DN?
That had, what was it, the
The
the team
support.
fight?
The,
Oh, that would have been Cal Gold, I believe. Yes, they prioritized early dragons. They had very calculated and organized fights. Not afraid to just dive in over and over and over again, because they
okay.
knew what the appropriate sacrifices were. But Team DN from yesterday, we talked about objective control. Objective control is a very important thing right now that we have going on.
Oh yeah.
um, Early dragons for Team DN weren't necessarily a priority for them. They were opting for their early fights and taking those early skirmishes and winning them. Whereas Cal Gold were just on point with their dragons. They had soul within the first 23 or 24 minutes of the game. So they really
Ooh.
put a hammer down on that. They choked out their team. They had a very cool, calm, and composed game plan when they went into it. Something else that kind of happened though, Cal Gold, they had an 8,000 gold lead. They went to go take the Baron, and they actually ended up losing a team fight to their enemy team. So that just shows that they are a little bit vulnerable if they don't expect the proper engage. So we'll see if Cal Gold can play around that, and if Team TN can just take the fight to them. I think it's going to be Team DN, if they have the upper hand, if they have their foot on the pedal, they're going to go 100 miles an hour and try to win the first 10 or 15 minutes. But Cal Gold, they'll look to stabilize, they'll look to farm, and they'll pick the right opportunities and the right fights. And when they do, they're going to try to pop off.
Oh yeah. I mean, it sounds like we got a typical matchup between mechanical players versus IQ players. Usually, IQ heavy players they like to go for the macro. They'll outsmart you with their movements. They'll go ahead and outsmart you with how they engage these fights, how they form, how their formations are. When mechanical players go ahead and tend to 5v5, they like to go for skirmishes. They like to outplay people based on their mechanics. They want to catch people off guard. You know, roaming with the mid jungle, maybe even roaming with the support mid, support jungle. These skirmishes heavily favor them. So maybe if who's the mechanically favored? It was Team DN, right? So if
I
Team
believe
DN,
so.
all right. So if Team DN is truly the mechanically savvy players, then they're going to be looking to catch Cal Gold off guard. Cal Gold is going to probably be looking to just make sure they stick to the game plan, make sure they go ahead and have to stay concentrated, have to stay disciplined and know when to really strike. If they favor the early dragons, I mean that might put Team DN in a sticky situation, having a fight for a dragon soul. And it sounds like we got draft starting, so here we go. And like you said, Kaisa prioritize. It looks like it might be banned here right from the get.
Yeah, one Tyler definitely popping off on that Kaisa yesterday, and of course knowing that they are red side and Team DN picking it up early is their first pick last time. They know it's a priority pick. Cal Gold going to take that away, and the Seraphine, a very popular band that we've seen over and over again in competitive play. Seraphine just that really powerful poke presence, has that long range CC, really hard to navigate. Can't wait to see that champion get nerfed myself.
Well, I think Starving Senna is what's really meta right now because the soul collection, the soul spawn rate has been dramatically increased. I think I saw a solo queue game where Senna actually got 5 out of the 6 minions generating a soul. It was pretty insane. Yeah, so those those auto attacks definitely go through the screen when it goes late game,
And
and
that range, yeah,
yeah.
that range is just so oppressive. With the stacks, you get increased attack damage, increased attack speed, I think, but increased range that they do have 100% for certainty. And with that glacial augment that they have from that room in the inspiration tree, it just becomes such a pain in the neck to take them down.
Oh yeah, and it looks like we have a little bit of a misband here. Is are it's Rel? Okay, they're allowed to go ahead and just type it in. Okay, okay, I like that. I like the mercy. Rel and then Udyr, another strong jungler, being banned out here. So it looks like we might be looking at more of the mid tier ADCs and junglers. Ooh,
Yeah, it looks
misband
like it
again.
happened again. And it looks like the team just not really familiar with the pro draft setup. They prefer using other kind of platforms. I mean, they have we've seen PentaQ, we've seen Draft.gg, so
Yeah.
there's plenty of tools out there for you guys to use, and one for pretty much everyone. But Team DN going for the first pick Hecarim, and I believe that was actually Cal Gold's priority yesterday, first picking the Hecarim as well. I'm not sure if DN didn't choose it because it wasn't available. I wouldn't pay that close of attention to picking bands,
Mhm.
but just knowing that they're putting the priority on the pony, that means that they want to send their horse to the races in Kentucky Derby. It's on.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think another priority would have to be ADC, right? They don't want to go their ADC into the second ban phase because then that's when they'll really get targeted out. There's only a select few that are really on top, and oh, Skarner.
Yeah, they're going for that tanky CC lockup comp. Calgold played the Cho'Gath top lane yesterday. I believe they played it into a Gnar matchup and still came out ahead, just layering the suppression from the Skarner with a knockup from the Cho'Gath. He just brings so much CC and so much frontline utility, really opens up the carries from Calgold to be able to free hit with all the space that Skarner and Cho'Gath can create.
Oh yeah, very suppressive up in the top lane if you don't get a good matchup with it as well. Uh, I'm wondering what they're going to be bringing out. Oriana, great utility pick. I know you know a lot about that Oriana pick.
I
Team
love
fight,
myself an
lane.
Orianna pick.
Oh yeah, we got the team fight, got the lane phase on deck. Definitely a strong pick, and there you go. Oh, Gragas auto locked.
Yeah, pretty interesting here. I mean, Gragas could be flexed in the top lane or support lane. I
Hmm.
mean, Gragas can go pretty much anywhere right now. Just a very strong tank. Does have a lot of sustainability. I think they're going to go sustain for sustain in the top lane right here.
Oh
But
yeah.
something that's kind of interesting when you take a look at it, Red side actually has the opportunity for two counter picks. So they get a counter
Ooh.
pick in the first rotation, and Yone is a little bit difficult for Oriana to deal with, but it can be done. Oriana just has to make sure that they dodge all of the skill shots, all the knockups. So definitely have to be light on their feet today. They got to have their dancing shoes on.
Oh yeah, Oriana's gonna definitely pick up that phase rush though. So if she gets the nice little Q auto proc into the phase rush, she'll be able to get fancy feet. You know, get her nice sneakers on, run around, make sure to dodge all of the knockups. Leona being banned here, and yeah, Yon is a scary pick for Cal Gold right there.
Yeah, kind of interesting too. Them picking the Yone into the Hecarim and the Gragas, those being a little bit more on the bruiser side, the sustained damage that can go a little bit of a while. Yone really likes to get on top of those squishies and just delete people instantly off the map. So I just want to make sure that Yone can navigate around that CC that's available to them. They have the Hecarim Theer, the Gragas knock up, knock back, and we still have a couple bans left to go. We see Leona being banned away from Team DN. We know that lockup special. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another kind of tanky support lockup, leaving support until last pick. We see this quite a bit in pro play. Supports usually are meant to round out your team comp, and it looks like that's what's going to happen here.
Oh yeah, Samira getting banned out. Definitely don't want a hyper carry situation. If someone was able to pop off on the Kaisa, someone will be definitely be able to pop off with the Immortal Shield Bow on the Samira. Go ahead and get a nice 5-man ultimate, heal up all the way, and then the big shield for the defense as well. It's pretty nasty. Definitely not a fan of it. And ooh, a Lulu band. Okay, they
I'm
want to
a
go ahead
fan
and
of
get
the
rid of
Lulu,
that.
man. I'm a fan of the
Uh
Lulu. That polymorph can do so much when it comes to like a Skarner just runs into you with Chem Tank, and then you just turn him into a little turtle or something. But
huh.
I mean, it's really, really good into them, and they pick the Callista. I do like the Callista band right here because they show, unless they horribly misposition, there isn't too much in terms of a threat to get onto the Callista. They have an appropriate front line to peel for the Callista and get the damage down. Callista, I don't think is one of the really primary meta picks right now. I've heard the name tossed around once or twice, but I don't think it does as much as the Kaisa, as the Samira, and maybe even a Jin might be available, and there we see it.
Ooh, yeah, Jin I think is gonna be a little suppressive. That 4-shot Q combo where he just dishes out so much damage, especially once he starts getting those lethality items going. Oh, I'm not too sure what Kalista could go ahead and pair up with. I mean, it's got to be a Tinky support, so it's going to be the Alistar, but we'll see if Team DN doesn't go ahead and pick it up first. Kalista, just to remind everybody, the two bans is Rel and Udyr, and I think Rel is a pretty solid pick, especially with Kalista. Oh, Nautilus.
Yeah, and
Okay.
there it is. So you see primary damage coming out of the Orianna and the Jhin. Going to have those really sustained front to back team fights that they're looking for right here. And Cal Gold looking to just go
Oh,
all in with the Yone, Skarner, Galio combo here. Also, maybe trying to peel up for the Callista as well. Galio pick, I don't think has seen too much success so far, but I don't think we've seen them in the hands of players such as these guys at this caliber. But I see a Thresh instead. I really
oh.
like the Callista Thresh instead.
Yeah, Kalista Thresh definitely a lot more favorable in the bot lane, for my opinion, as well. Galio already had kind of a. Galio already has with the. Is it called the Demacian entrance or Grand entrance?
Hero's
Hero's
entrance.
entrance. Oh, how my how can I forget? He's a hero, man. With the hero's entrance, I don't know. I don't know too much about that little combo there with Kalista. It kind of takes away from his utility of having to be out on the outskirts. Definitely ways to use it, but Thresh, he has the flail. He has his own hook, and then he also has the Lancer that helps set up for the Skarner. A lot easier to work with the rest of the team there. So I'm pretty excited as far as team comps go, though. What are you thinking? Is that more in the side of Team DN or is it in the side of Cal Gold?
The one thing I really like about Team DN's team comp as opposed to Cal Gold's team comp is just how much magic damage Cal Gold lacks right now. I mean, yeah, you have the second auto attack from the Yone, maybe a little bit from the Cho'Gath, but we're pretty sure the Cho'Gath is going to be going tank. That's what we're seeing a majority of Cho'Gaths go
Yeah.
recently, especially if they were in pro play or just in solo queue in general. So I think that lack of magic damage may kind of come back to bite them, especially with something like a Gragas and a Hecarim who can build those Spectre cows early and
Hmm.
have the Mercury treads and just that sustained. Um, why am I saying they're building magic resist items against the
Yeah,
non-magic?
armor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
armor items. I'm looking for it. I mean, you can see the Bramble Vest to kind of heal stop with the healing that the Cho'Gath may have. They also can build those Ninja Tabis because you have auto attack damage champions in the Skarner, the Yone, and the Callista. So they should be able to peel for them. The shields coming out from the Orianna can play front to back very well, can also zone the fights really well. They have a lot of good team fight potential where I feel like Cal Gold, they thrive in the skirmish environment.
Oh yeah, and one note that you kind of hovered on with Oriana being able to zone out the team of Calgold, Kalista doesn't have much range for ADC. Yeah, they have the Cho'Gath knockup. It's a 1.5 seconds for it to come out of the come out of the ground though, so it can be dodged, it can be avoided. Thresh the hook, he can't hook flash anymore. He's got to like prep it after the flash, and then it's kind of avoidable as well. So a lot of I think, in my personal opinion, a lot of that weight of engaging is gonna have to go onto the Yone and Skarner, and with champions like Hecarim, Nautilus, Gragas, I feel like they're gonna be able to CC him before he can get anything else off, especially if he misses one of them. He goes for the carry, misses the support. Nautilus automatically goes with the dredge line. Um, the ultimate, the root, all of that just basically nullifies him. So it's going to be kind of dangerous for Cal Gold. I wonder how they're going to be. I wonder how they're going to be able to engage onto a team like Team DN here.
Yeah, Team DN, I mean, even you look at their carries, right? Their carries are Orianna and Jhin traditionally E-mobile carries, so a little bit easier to get on top of. But Jhin, with the new items in Season 11, being able to build that Gale Force, giving him that mobility that a lot of those immobile AD carries really benefit from. We also got the Orianna, may have a little bit of trouble with the fast dashes or trying to avoid them, but has that movement speed to help with the fancy footwork.
Hmm.
And we'll see if they're able to get around the Yone knockups and the Skarner. I mean, it's all about how fast can Cal Gold get onto Team DN before they can get themselves into a team fight or a position.
Oh yeah, and then Hecarim. Another thing too that I'm kind of thinking about is like the armor pathing of Hecarim. I mean, Ninja Tabai to a Dead Man's Plate. It definitely favors the All AD team. Definitely favors the Hecarim. And then even if he does go Dead Man's Plate, Ninja Tabai, Bramble's Vest, depending on his mythic, if he goes Sunderer or Trinity Force, he's gonna be able to deal a lot of damage onto the carry like Callista. So I'm truly interested to see what's gonna happen there. As far as the lane phases go, Yon's gonna be oppressive onto the Oriana. Then Jin's gonna be impressive onto the Kalista, in my opinion, and then it's gonna be kind of a draw there up in the top lane, just sustain versus sustain. Gragas doesn't need to last hit minions though to be able to get that health regen. So depending on who gets a favorable trade, I think is gonna basically be the story of the top lane.
Yeah, wave management going to be so important today for these two teams, especially in game one right here. Something else I'd like to point out too. I mean, look at the skill shots. Having the ability to hit the skill shots, like Kalista's going to be moving all over the place, and we know the Masters tier bot lane coming out of Cal Gold. They definitely should have the fancy feet to avoid some of those skill shots, but Jin may be able to hit those. We also have the high mobility in terms of the Yone, but like we said, it's all about how cohesive can your team be. Can you organize these picks? Can you set up your vision correctly? Do you move correctly as a unit? Yesterday, when I was watching some of these games, I just saw how they just grouped together and they would approach objectives as a team. So I think they have the ability to do so. They just have to make sure they don't get lost in the sauce, as you've put beforehand. With that 6 piece in a soda,
Yeah.
we don't want the teams to, they need to have those organized team fights. So like I said, I give it to Team DN. I think if it goes into the later stages of the game, if they don't fall too far behind, and Team DN were the ones that kind of pushed the tempo yesterday in their first match, so kind of showing their hand a little bit, saying we're not just an early game aggressive team, we can scale up as well. And Cal Gold really looking to go forward and take those early game skirmishes and get their lead going and snowball it. I mean, we talked about Thresh dying for the play yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Cal Gold has Callista, so if Thresh goes in deep, starts tanking everything, just Callista ult right away, pull Thresh out of danger. So now he might even be able to save his KDA a little bit. I'm sure the support would appreciate that.
Most definitely, yeah. Let's go ahead and give him a little bit of a lifeline here. It's like, all right, your deed is done. Your health is already almost done. So let's get you out of there. Also, a re-engage as well. And I believe we're going to be taking a little bit of a break to go ahead and set things up for the game. Can I get confirmation on that? All right, yeah. Let's go ahead and get a quick break in, and then we'll be right back with you with the game.
And we are live on the Rift right now. Team DN coming on the blue side. We have Pop John on Gragas in the top lane, Kara SN on Hecarim in the jungle, Kopari on Oriana in the mid lane, one Tyler, kind of a play on Tyler, one on Jin in the bot lane, supported by Night Raven on that Nautilus.
Oh yeah, and then here on the red side we have Team Cow Gold. For the top lane, we have Poggis Champion. And in the jungle, we have Kisios. And then in the mid lane, Stabs C. In the ADC role, we have Sangling Yi. And then Jerry Wu in the support role. I kind of like the name of the mid laner there for Yon. Nice. Nice synergy there
Stabby.
with the champion.
I know, right? It's so appropriate right here. Taking a look at the early game, we just see, might be tournament jitters or it might be they just don't want to give up the game too early, but no invade, just doing that standard 5-point. Kopari stepping up a little bit in the mid lane just to kind of zone them off. And, nothing too crazy right now. We see the standard starts. Skarner going the top side of the map, so they're both looking to end up on that bot side for an explosive level 3 or level 4 gank possibly.
Oh yeah, they definitely want to look forward to that. And then here in the mid lane, Oriana's got to take advantage of the first 3 levels of Yon, because once he gets his E, he's gonna be able to dash and kind of maneuver his damage around. also in the bot lane, Jin and Nautilus, they got shoved in, but it looks like they might be the first to level 2. Then we got to see the action there and make sure we catch it all. Oh,
Yeah, we know that level 2 fight always so important when it comes to the bot lane. But I mean,
oh,
nothing too crazy going on. They're playing it pretty safe. Kopari in
yeah.
the mid lane getting a little bit of damage down onto the Yone as well, and that's where Orianna's going to thrive in these first, 2 or 3 levels. But once Yone gets those levels and has that dash, knock up, shield combo, it becomes very dangerous for Ori. So we'll see how they manage these waves.
Yeah, and I'm more favorable towards this Hecarim. It looks like both junglers are going for full clear. Hecarim is definitely going to be the favorite there. He's going to finish up the Krugs and go to the Scuttle. That's one thing about Hecarim. He can finish the whole jungle right as the Scuttle is popping up. So we're going to be looking at first Scuttle going over to Hecarim. We'll see if he goes for a gank or the second Scuttle. I mean, both lanes, both top lanes have a priority here with the Orianna and Gragas. Oh, and here we
Yeah.
go. Oh, trying to make the most out of his E right there.
Yeah, something I want to talk about in terms of the junglers as well. They both have this kind of farm to win style. Hecarim looking to get those items and become that strong tank that's kind of unkillable. Skarner wanting that chem tank so he can get on top of the enemy, get that fast level 6 so that way they can play. Looks like we see them giving up the scuttle on the bot side. Cal Gold going to take first blood on the scuttles, while Hecarim opting for the early back.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that. He saw the rotation of Ba. He assumed Skarner was there already. Doesn't want to risk anything. Just like how we didn't see an invade. Goes for the safer side of the top scuttle. Oh, and Yon already trying to show his oppressiveness. The first 3 levels are done, and it looks like Oriana couldn't really get too much damage off, but seems to be in a comfortable spot. So not mad at it.
Yeah, Orianna going to struggle once mana becomes an issue. If you burn through your Q a little bit too much for that harass, you're not going to be able to keep it up. Very smart buy by the Yone going with that Doran Shield start. But Hecarim backed, got that early sheen, so now he's looking to, get a little spicy if he saw Skarner on that top side scuttle, but Skarner going to give it up. They're okay just to trade.
Oh yeah, getting that rubber banded Gromp already ahead. Skarner barely recalling. We'll see who's first to the map. Who goes ahead and infects the game.
Ooh, in the
Oh,
bot
nice
lane, we
hook.
see a big hook onto the one Tyler right here. Kalista goes forward, uses that Halo Blades proc. Big
Ooh.
damage on the one Tyler right there. Forced to pop the early potions. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see Stabsy
Oh.
stabby away at the Orianna right there. And this is where the matchup starts to turn a little bit for the Team DN mid laner.
Oh yeah, Kopari's gonna have to go ahead and mind all that damage, all that engage that Yon is gonna be able to provide there. And Jin having to pop both pots to stick around into that bot lane, especially with the waves shoving in. He does not want to recall on a horrible situation where the Kalista gets those leads in XP. Up in the top lane, though, it looks like Cho'Gath having a little bit of his way there. Way more sustained than the Gragas, it looks like.
Yeah, but take a look at this right here. Kalista opts for that back, goes to get the Vamp Scepter, and then Jin and Nautilus able to get that wave and make it crash into the tower. So going to deny a little bit of XP from the Kalista right here. We'll see what they can make up for on the way back. I didn't really notice the early boot start with the Jin, and look at that right away. The plated steel caps, just like we mentioned earlier against that all AD team.
Yeah, Jin rushing that. I mean, it looks like he wants to really nullify those
Ooh,
Kalista. Oh,
Cho'Gath's level 6 in the top side right here. He lands the knockup, gets the silence, but is not going to be able to get the execute with the feast. And Pop John putting a ward down behind, afraid of that dive. But he is going to survive for the meantime right here. Meanwhile, Yone getting a little bit spicy, trying to put that damage down. But we're going to see this first dragon fight. Cal Berkeley prioritized the dragons in their game leading up to this one right here. But with Nautilus off the map right here, they don't really have vision of Hecarim. They plan to just let it be for a little bit longer.
oh, okay. I was gonna say if Cal Gold sticks to this, I think they're in favor. I mean, Gragas has to recall. Oriana has no mana, so it's gonna be them. It's gonna be their team to rotate first and rotate in a comfortable way as well. But it looks like they don't. They go ahead and back on. Oh no, here they go. They go right back to it.
Yeah, they're going back on it. While they're doing the dragon down here, just to kind of talk about the top lane, Gragas already sustained back up to full HP. Cho'Gath does not have the feast available right here, but Hecarim in the top side, I'm not sure if he got spotted by a ward or what gave them the confidence to go for this dragon, but they do take that early dragon, the Infernal, giving them a little bit more combat stats and really kind of taking away from that skirmish potential that's, or really engaging or enabling that skirmish potential that they want to have.
Yeah, and I wonder if Carson. Yeah, Carson. Sorry about that. Just want to make sure. I'm wondering if Carson's gonna go ahead and go to the Skarner red side. He knows that they took the dragon. He knows that his first buff is up, and then also by the padding of Skarner taking the bot scuttle first, he knows he started that red. But it looks like he's gonna keep it safe. Skarner, on the other hand, though, taking those raptors, and looks like he's coming out favorably in these padding wars that the junglers have to fight in. Oh, did he get it? Oh, did he get
Yeah,
it?
he got the big one.
Oh,
Skarner got
okay.
the big one, I believe. Nautilus going to support his jungler right there in that early game fight. And we see Pop John going a little aggressive on the Pogus right here, but you know how tank fights go in the mid lane. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see a big hook from the
Oh.
Nautilus. The fear goes on to Stabsy right here, but they miss the shockwave, but it's not going to matter. First blood goes to Carson on the Hecarim.
Oh man, TDN strikes first, and they get the first blood. Inferno Dragon on Cal Gold, but look at this. It might be an answer back. Oh no, no, no. All right, goes ahead and backs on out. Just gets a just gets a grasp stack. That's all. And yeah, that's well played there by Hecarim. They understood that hey, Skarner's backing on off. Yon is still trying to be aggressive. Nautilus on the nice rotation, no vision there, and they're able to capitalize on it.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, but look at this in the mid lane. Cassius goes forward, tries to get it down. Look at this. Here comes Hecarim in the mid lane. Skarner
oh.
gets the ultimate off on him, but takes so much damage in the process, forcing the flash out of the Skarner right away. And this pressure by the Hecarim is just way too much right now.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a little bit of nerves of this of this very important match for Cal Gold. Skarner didn't really try to engage with that flash ultimate. Didn't feel like he was in range. I thought he was, but Oriana faster on the trigger goes ahead and flashes on out of there to safety. And well done on return there. Almost getting a kill onto Skarner by the Hecarim.
I just want to mention right here, Oriana actually just completed the back right now, and a little bit of a late tier start. Going for a 9-minute tier, so going to take a while to stack up that mana. But going for the early Seeker's Arm Guard to be a little bit more defensive, going for the Lucidity Boots to keep those cooldowns coming. But meanwhile, in the top lane, we still got just that wet noodle fight. Top laners, you guys know how that goes.
Oh yeah. And then here we have Thresh possibly roaming into the mid lane. Oh,
Yeah,
Oriana looks.
Oriana, no flash available, goes forward, lands the flay. Here comes the Yone ultimate, puts it down,
Oh,
gets the shield, but here comes the Capri. He puts down the shockwave and gets it
oh.
down. Here's the depth from the low. Nautilus locks him up, but Capri has cooldowns. Stabsy gets away. Lantern is down. No kill, but a lot of ultimates used in the mid lane right there. And Stabsy with no teleport going to lose a pretty significant wave in the mid lane. Actually going to stick around.
Oh man, Night Raven, well done with the rotations. What a clutch support there. It looked like they were going to be able to dive that, especially with the Thresh Lantern. Even the Yone final Q where he's able to dash on out with the damage. Nautilus comes in, goes ahead and wastes his CDs onto that mid lane gank, saves the Ori, potentially almost got another kill in return. And then it looks like they're in the bot lane. Callista is solo. Oh, we got a replay. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Nice flail into the Yon ultimate. Oh man, shockwave coming in, and yup. Oh, the depth charge comes out. Not enough, not enough CDR there, not enough damage to fully execute the Yon, but well done there by Night Raven. Definitely the MVP of that play.
Yeah, and what a clutch shockwave that was from Oriana too, just to buy enough time for Night Raven to get there. So brilliantly executed on the side of Team DN to keep their mid laner alive and to keep their scaling champion scaling.
Oh yeah. That's what you like to go ahead and see here in the bot lane. Though it looks like the CS is definitely in favor of Zhang. Oh, is that a J? Did I say Ling? Is it Jing, or is it
Yeah,
Ling?
Jing.
Jing. Oh, I apologize there. So we got Zhang Jing Yi in the favor of the CS matchup there, 101 to 87. So we'll see how well he can go ahead and translate that lead. Mm.
Yeah, we see big backs coming up right here. Second dragon, we talked about how Berkeley really emphasized the dragon objective. So Skarner going back to complete whatever item that they could, has the plated steel caps completed here. We see Thresh backing, Callista working towards, I believe that may be a Blade of the Rune King. I'm not 100% sure. It might be a shield bow. So much versatility coming out of the AD carries nowadays.
Oh yeah, that's what you like to see. You like to see a diverse item set meta, and that's basically what Riot was trying to do with these mythics. Dragon coming up. It's what kind of dragon is it? It's an ocean. All right, and Team DN first one's there.
Yeah, they have the push on it. Yone's still in the mid lane, so could find the flank. But it looks like they're just going to shake hands and say, "All right, you guys beat us to it. You can take this down." So 1-1 on dragons right here. Well played from Team DN to stop that dragon stacking from happening. And it looks like we're gonna have a Mountain Soul game.
Oh, Mountain Soul. That's going to be very, very scary on a Skarner. Frontline Skarner Cho'Gath is going to be able to nullify so much of the damage that they really get that stacked up. 4 Mountain Drags to each of the
Oh,
teams, depending on
take a
who
look
gets
right here in
stole.
the top lane. We're getting ready for a dive. We see low mana on the Gragas, but here we go. We see the Predator pop by the Skarner, gets the Impale. Stabsy is there. He picks up a kill for himself, his first of the game, and an excellent
Oh,
dive on the side of Cal Berkeley.
those are the proactive plays you'd like to see. Team Cal Gold striking back 1-1 on the kill charts, and unfortunately for Oriana, doing such a good job nullifying the Yone from any advantages in the mid lane, ends up picking a kill in the top lane. Ooh,
Yeah, but Onslaught of Shadows goes forward from the Hecarim. He goes forward, but it may be too little too late. Look at that. Yone ultimate pulls them in. He gets his
oh,
second kill of the game and is still going forward. Puts the execute down onto the Oriana, and it's going to be 2 kills for the Yone, and Stabsy is going to sharpen his blades back to the mid lane and collect his farm.
Oh, as I was saying, Oriana was doing a good job nullifying that Yone mid. Oh, unfortunately gets 2 kills there. Night Raven, where were you, my friend? Oh, unfortunately a little late on the rotation, but it's not his fault at all. That's just simply him trying to help out his team. And unfortunately for him, it goes to the way it goes to the side of Cal Gold there, now getting 2 kills in a matter of what, 2 minutes? 1 minute?
Yeah, I believe so. That dive was just so brilliant. We have a replay coming up right here.
Oh
We see
yeah.
Karsten going forward and using that Onslaught of Shadows, but Capri just too low of mana to do anything really productive right here. So really unfortunate they go for that blue buff, especially after seeing that the top lane dive just happened. They should have known it was a little bit too sketchy to go forward, but they take the fight anyways and they pay for their aggression.
Oh yeah, and then it looks like Rift Herald gets picked up and given over to the side of Team Cal Gold. Skarner is going to be even more detrimental if he gets a nice dive onto the top lane mid. No plates though, so a lot of a lot of that resource that Rift provides is gone. But it does not matter because it's still macro, it's still objectives that you can take with the turrets. Very very easy to take them now that the plates are gone.
Yeah, and just being able to set up a dive with the Rift Herald, just having that really beefy minion that allows you to get into position to make something happen. But I mean, seeing Yone complete that shield bow right now, I mean, no heal cut, I believe, on the side of Team DN. Yone may become a little bit of an issue.
Oh yeah, I mean, oh, the one thing that's gonna be so detrimental is how he uses those fate sealed ultimates and how many he can collect in them because it gathers them all together. And if Cho'Gath is there, his knockup's gonna be even more detrimental for the side of Team DN because he's gonna be able to line them up and then Cho'Gath's gonna be able to knock them up. It's gonna be a scary wombo combo in the making.
Yeah, big damage from Stabby, goes forward, shields pretty much everything, and can heal anything that Oriana throws right back up. And Skarner is waiting in the wings, is sitting on a ward right now. So a little bit of a waste of time. Hecarim going to take this opportunity right now to get his Gromp, knowing that he's not being invaded. But look at this vision by Cal Berkeley or Cal Gold on the top side of the map. Look at those 3 pink wards. I believe that's 3 pink wards. It's hard to see over the Skarner right now. But all of that vision around the Rift Child right now, they know where they're setting up their place.
Oh yeah, most definitely. It looks like it's only 2 on the top side, but 2 on the bot side. They are basically collecting all that information of entrances and river, knowing that Hecarim's not dancing around. So they're all systems go here, and it looks like they're gonna pick up their second turret. They picked up 1 bot, and oh no, they back on off. Hey, Oriana came back with a lot of health and a lot of mana, so they don't decide to go further with it.
Yeah, but part of it is getting the tower so low is just being able to prepare that dive. I mean, you're so much more likely to pull the trigger if you know you can take out that tower mid-dive. So it's another thing that Team DN has to take into consideration before they try to make any kind of hold right here. So they really just need to stabilize in the game. A 2,000 gold lead right now on the side of Cal Gold. But we'll see if the scaling team can scale up. You know, Oriana, one of those hyper scaling champions. Jin, you know, has that Gale Force completed, so is able to be a little bit more mobile. Kind of crazy how much pressure they were able to put on the bot lane on the side of Cal to get that first turret without even the Rift Herald or anything. You know,
Yeah.
no significant CS advantage, but still able to take down that tower was quite a bit.
Yeah, I'm not quite too sure how they were able to provide so much pressure. Maybe it was the Nautilus rotations. They really got into form and shoving the waves while he was rotating. I'm not too sure, but nonetheless, that's almost two turrets. But Dragon coming up, the first mountain drag, and it looks like Team DN might be.
Oh, we
Oh,
see the teleport right here. And look at that hook. The Death Sentence takes Night Raven
woo!
out of his escape right here. And it is a 5v2. They're not able to get here. Carson gets the fear
Oh,
of Onslaught of the Shadows, and he goes down, and they are in full retreat. Team DN has to get away right here. But another Death
oh!
Sentence. This Thresh is off the hook. Pun totally intended, and they're going to go take their drag.
Cal Gold, nice macro play there. They completely understood that, hey, we are definitely not going to give it this drag. We are the favorites in this fight. We have the gold lead, and incredible plays by the Thresh there. Jerry Wu, nice hooks, able to go ahead and capitalize with this team there. What was that, a 3 for none? Oh,
Yeah, I
man.
believe so. Being able to just steamroll that fight right there, and you can just see how badly you can fall behind. But look at this. We have Kupari a little bit out of position right here, puts out the ball, but he's trying to kite out 4. What can his team do while he buys the time? It looks like they're going to try to restabilize topside, but Kupari just in the wrong space at the wrong time, knowing they're around the dragon fight, but still gets a little bit out of sorts. And we see this game quickly starting to get out of hand on the side of Cal Gold.
Yeah, man, this is definitely looking like a Cal Gold game, but don't count Team DN out of it. Team DN needs to go ahead and regroup. It looked like Ori. This usually happens to me where you're just like, oh man, we lost a tough objective. That was definitely a swing of the game, and then you don't really focus on where you're truly positioned and what you're truly trying to do, and then you're like, oh wait, the objective was right next to me, and then now I'm now I'm looking at a gray screen. It's completely understandable. Just go ahead and restabilize the game. Go ahead and take that breath of fresh air and say, like, you know what, let's go ahead and regroup, recollect ourselves, and get back in this game because it's not 100% over. I mean, you're looking at a Gragas, Hecarim, Ori. That's a lot of CC. That's some big ultimates. So if they catch the right people of Team Cal Gold, they're gonna be able to turn this around.
Yeah, the name of the game right now for Team DN is Stop the Bleeding. But you see right here, Cal Gold, they're starting to push Vision into the jungle. They were looking around that red buff. Yone, they're sending into the long lane. I don't think anyone can hold off the Yone right now. With the phase rush on the Orianna, not going to be enough to kind of keep him off. So Yone
Mhm.
going to have a free lane right now, and that's the last thing that you want to see if you're Team DN.
Oh yeah, that comfort of that first turret on the bot lane is definitely gonna allow him to CS a lot. Oh, look at this though.
Yeah,
Potentially, nope. They don't decide to go onto the Hecarim.
Hecarim caught clearing wards, but they don't see Orianna on the map. But we see the hook. Nautilus gets the hook down, but
Ooh.
Kalista able to pull the Thresh out. Still face tanking the Flay puts down. And here we see on the backside, Skarner impales the Hecarim, and he's going down. Kalista is just hitting away, getting those free autos. A double kill for Cho'Gath right now, and they're going to advance onto the back
Oh.
line. One Tyler is just running away, trying to
Oh.
get any kill that he can, but he cannot. Kalista takes down a kill, and there's a knockup onto the Orianna, and it's going to be too little for this world. Kapari trying to get away is going to hit the blast cone. He is not, and that's a Red Bull ace, and they're going to set their eyes on a 20-minute Baron.
Oh man, that is a quick Baron. That is a huge momentum gain by Team Cal Gold. They wanted to go ahead and stop the bleeding, and unfortunately here it looks like they lose four. No, that was an A. Sorry about that. They lose all five, and then the consolation prize of Team Cal Gold is that very early Baron. We'll see what they could go ahead and do. It looks like top is gonna be the way to go with that Baron buff. And look at this, the replay. Onslaught of Shadows, depth charge onto the Callista. Oh man, that is just great work individually. The impale to set up the Cho'Gath knockup. Oh no, Callista just free reigning for those Ren stacks. And then Yasuo coming out of bot lane there. Look at this Fate Sealed here. Ooh, lines up two. That's nuts. Ori had a three-man ultimate as well with the shockwave, but unfortunately, it was a little too late into the fight. Not enough damage to really turn this fight around. Hopefully, she scales up because if the Orianna gets enough damage, that three-man ultimate is going to be more detrimental. But looks like Team Cal Gold is just a little too much in the lead here.
Yeah, Hecarim dying right there before able to get any kind of damage off really on any of the threats. But we see them look at this proactive play right here. They land the hook and the death from below goes onto their Thresh, but the rest of the team is already there. Curtain call from afar away, and here's a suppression onto the Hecarim right here, and he's going to fall down. And they set their sights on the rest of the team. Stabsy moving forward, lands that Fate Sealed onto the Orianna, forcing the stopwatch off a little bit early. He's going to be going back. Three-man Shockwave is not going to do enough damage, and
Oh,
there's the death sentence, and Callista is just hitting away. Nautilus goes down for a double kill. Pop John trying his best to get away. One Tyler does pick up a kill for himself, but Stabsy goes forward. A triple kill for Callista, and they're going to march down the mid lane. This may be the game.
oh man, you hate to see it. Team Cal Gold was able to utilize one gold lead that they were able to get, or one team fight, well done team fight, and they were able to run away with this lead. I mean, look at it. They're just completely in unison. Every single CC they have is like a setup for the next CC. The Thresh, the Thresh Hook, the Thresh Flail, and then you got the Callista ultimate as well. The Cho'Gath knockup, always searching out for where the last person was at, so that got CC'd, so they could be able to layer it. I mean, they're completely using this team comp in a way that I didn't think was possible in such a way. Like they're really in unison here. They're really layering their CCs. It's kind of impressive to the point where I'm like, whoa, like if I was Team DN, I'd be a little shell shocked there.
Yeah, Cal Gold definitely eating their Wheaties this morning. But Team DN right here, you see what they were trying to do. You see them try to take the pick on the mid lane. They're trying to be proactive. They're trying to take these fights, but they just don't have the damage to make it happen. You know, Orianna going a little bit defensive with that Zanya's pick, but, you know, it's not doing too much for him. Hecarim not tanky enough to withstand all the damage, goes in a little bit early. They just are not on the same page right now from Team DN, and maybe they're just not used to this level of coordination that we're seeing from Cal Gold.
Yeah, I mean they're definitely going for some quick picks, but unfortunately they don't really have the damage for it. Also, their selection of targets isn't quite where it needs to be. I mean, they went for the Thresh, but then Callista was able to save him with the ultimate. Then again, I believe they went for the Thresh again, and then on top of that, Cho'Gath and the roaming of all the teams. But look at that! Enough of
Oh,
this.
yep.
More plays.
Fate Sealed, we see the Impale. Oh, we see the Zanya's coming out from Orianna, going to buy a little bit of time, but we see the hook onto the Callista right here, but Hecarim goes in, is pretty much immediately going to get popped. Pop John doing his best to kite backwards as one Tyler is hitting away, but the team is just too tanky. They cannot put out enough damage to keep him alive. Paga's champion unstoppable right now as Shone gets on top of the Jhin, and Night Raven forced to lick his wounds and walk away, preventing the ace. But now Cal Gold sets their eyes on the Nexus turret. One is going to go down. That's going to be the Nexus. And in about 25 minutes, Cal Gold takes game one of the series.
Oh man, Team Cal Gold, congratulations on the first strike of the series there. I mean, you said it, both teams were ending the game within like the 20-25 minute range, and it looks like Team Cal Gold got the better of Team DN in this first game. Hopefully we'll see Team DN recover. I'm seeing in the chat that that's a Callista main. I don't know if they're going to be able to go ahead and regroup here for the picks and bans and say, you know what, Callista's the definite ban here. I'm not too sure what they're gonna go ahead and change. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what they have in store. Team DN is not out of its best of three, so they go ahead and have a chance to strike back. What would you like to see a little bit different from Team DN?
Just a little bit more in terms of team comp right here, how they played it. Hecarim was playing more of that dive style, but playing with an Orianna and a Jhin, you're not really looking to dive. You were looking to kind of play those front to back team fights. And you want to just hit whoever gets on your carries. We saw Carson multiple times die in
Yeah.
the middle of Cal Gold. They were just able to either exhaust him, lock him up. We saw Thresh, we saw Impale. They just did so much to keep that Hecarim down. So a great drafting from Cal Gold right here. They played to their team comp extraordinary well, and we'll see if Team DN can, you know, do what they need to do to make the proper adjustments and get their team on their right foot, because they just were not playing their comp together. They just struggled to find their team's identity. That's what I really
Yeah.
want to say.
Yeah, definitely. And then also it looked like they got a little bit of desperate when they were trying to pick the Thresh. I mean, the he just got too tanky. The utility was there, the CC, and then Callista's ultimate was able to bring him on in and give him that second life, and then also re-engage as well. So pretty nasty plays by Team Cal Gold. I can't wait to see what they have in store. Maybe this isn't their their final form. They're like they're still like, oh, we got more up our sleeve. Hopefully for TMD for Team DN's sake, they don't. And then they Team DN hopefully has some answer back. They're like, oh, you know what? We're gonna go with this. We're gonna go with this strategy with this team comp, and we're gonna be able to seal it there. I'm hoping for a best of three here though. I always want to see games. I always want to see team fights. I want to see some nice wombo combos and then synergies where the CCs got layered for the side of Team Gold. That was pretty nice to see there.
I know, fantastic stuff we saw coming out of
Oh
these
yeah.
teams. I mean, the level of coordination, you just love to see it. It's a lot more, a lot better than me and you are used to casting 100%.
Oh, don't
But
do that.
hey, just saying, man, just saying that that level of
Understandable.
coordination was just unreal.
Give props to
You know,
props to do. I understand.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, so
Go ahead. Go
we're
ahead.
going to be looking into game two. Um, game two. Let's see, adjusting picks and bans. I just don't know what to say. I mean, when you are feeling like that after game one, you really have to have that solid mental to just shrug it off because that just felt so awful coming from Team DN. I know when you're in
Mhm.
those shoes, it feels kind of bad when when you're in Oriana, you hit a three-man shockwave and you just can't do anything with it. So I hope they're able to shake it off, collect themselves, redraft, and get themselves on the right foot. Because like you said, best of three, we're always looking for that game three.
Oh yeah, you definitely got to look forward to it. I don't think they're too. I don't think their spirits are too are too hurt. Only because it was just one swing of a team fight, and it definitely could have gone the way of Team DN if it wasn't that. It looked like some hesitation was made, or some of the players kind of hesitated on some things. Um, Oriana, after that objective being taken, was on the wrong side of the map, so maybe just some nerves, maybe just some stage nerves on the first game. It didn't look as detrimental as we made it seem like. Now thinking about it in hindsight, just because they definitely had their combos uh, uh, on par with each other, but or in sync with each other, but unfortunately they were just way behind. So we'll see what they have in store for this game too, and I definitely want to see maybe that Kalista band.
That's such a good point that you bring up too with the objectives and dying. Like we saw the tower dive happen. So when you see the tower dive, you're like, okay, they're pretty much all top. And then they still
Mhm.
go and fight for the blue buff, and they just couldn't stop the bleeding. They
Yeah.
just continued to take these fights. They were just some poor opportunities for them. I think
Mhm.
there was another one that was in the bot lanes somewhere. They I think it was the dragon fight. Yeah, Oriana was pushing up, trying to push the wave out, and they just finished the dragon. And as soon as they finished the dragon, they just four-man jumped on the Oriana, and the rest of the team was coming out for base. So if
Yeah.
you're pushing out the lanes, you got to make sure that the rest of your team is in a position to do something for those resources. So we need a little bit more macro sense, a little bit more cohesiveness map wide from the side of Team DN this game.
Yeah, but they got it. They got it. I believe. I believe. Team three. I mean, team three. Game three. Let's go ahead and see Team DN versus Team Cal Gold. But first, we got to go ahead and see if they can make it through game two. Some things to note for Team Cal Gold was this just the again. I mean, the synergy. Cho'Gath. He seems like such a wonky tank champion. He can set up. He could go ahead and also layer the CC as we saw completely well with that knockup. I'm not too sure if we saw the best of Team Cal Gold just because it looked like they really had this team comp um put down. Like they had a really like well strategized. I'm trying to find the words for it. Like it was just kind of I'm kind of at a loss of words of how well they were able to cohesively play with with these champions that you don't really that you think oh man they're gonna need a lot of skill, they're gonna need a lot of synergy to really as we were saying in the beginning they're gonna need a lot of synergy to really pull this off, and they were able to. So hey man, kudos to them. This is kind of scary.
I know. Hitting just big play after big play again and again. So we're going to take a quick
Yeah.
commercial break right now as we're setting up the next game. We're going to get into Pro Draft pretty soon. But in the meantime, we just want to say thank you to our sponsors, Corsair, for bringing this thing, making this happen. We really appreciate you guys for everything that you do for us and taking care of the league community and just making this an event. SoCal Snowdown, Nice product placement right there. Here, see that?
Thank you.
Thank you to SoCal Snowdown, all the universities putting this on. A lot of work went into this. If you guys could see the Discord, that's a lot of work they put in getting all
Hmm.
this together. So we want to thank them as well. And we'll go ahead and jump to that commercial. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Acolyte AoE, along with the fantastic Fat Man, we are bringing you guys game two. Welcome back. And we are going to get into Pro Draft right about now. Taking a look, first ban from Cal Gold, it's that Kaisa. We already know. And kind of interesting coming from the blue side that they ban away the Kaisa, saying, we aren't going to pick that first. We have other plans in mind for you. Cal Gold, I think, has their strategies on point for this game.
Oh yeah, and that's a Carthus hover. Do they know something that we don't know? Team DN, did he play? Did they play Carthus in the earlier stages of the bracket? I
Not
think
that I
so.
know of. I don't know
Oh,
about the OPGGs. I think Team DN subbed in their jungler this game.
okay.
They said the other jungler had to take off for some kind of reason, so banning away the Karthus may be a target ban on him. And who knows if Team DN how well they're structured to play with this jungler or the other one. It's always comes to you guys like when there's a roster swap. How fluid is that change? Banning away the Hecarim as well. So definitely targeting that jungle ban. And it's kind of interesting. They dealt with that Hecarim very well last game, but they still don't want to see it on Straw's hands.
Oh no, I mean it probably provides too much of a comeback potential. They don't want to see it. We'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and see what they're gonna prioritize for the first pick. That's always basically what maps out the rest of this draft. And oh, jungle. Olaf being chosen. Okay. He got kind of nerfed. I'm not too sure if he's one of the strongest junglers as he was, but I know he's definitely still reliable. And then especially in the hands of that Skarner, uh, that's going to be very scary to see. A very fed Olaf.
Yeah, different kind of champion indeed. Skarner's the one that goes in, takes the damage, puts down some CC, and enables the rest of the team. But if you're playing an Olaf, you're looking to be enabled yourself. So
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see what kind of team Cal Gold builds around this Olaf. Team
Ooh.
DN responding with a Grave, so looking to get that armor stacking jungler, putting the carry potential on their sub jungler. So that's pretty important. That's kind of says a lot about the
Yeah.
jungler that he comes in and they pick someone who kind of takes the game by the wheels.
Yeah. Oh man.
Pretty
Go ahead. Go
interesting
ahead.
too to see the Olaf first pick to put so much priority on him. When you think of other priority things, I mean, yeah, the Hecarim and the Udyr are taken away in terms of jungle picks. With the Talia still being up, I mean, Talia just recently kind of came back into meta, so maybe the teams don't have that much time to practice it. But the Xayah coming up as well from Team DN, so I'm really surprised that they're using their first two priority picks on picks such as Xayah and Graves.
Yeah, that's gonna say a lot of what they're gonna go ahead and prioritize as far as damage goes. I mean, the Xayah could be a hyper carry. Does need a couple items to go ahead and really get the ball moving. I don't think she's the best type of hyper carry, but maybe the comfort, the comfort situation comes in where the ADC is more in tuned with Xayah rather than the other available ADCs. Makes him probably wants those invulnerability frames with the ultimate. And here we have Cho'Gath again. Ooh, all right. A run back with the Cho'Gath.
It does make sense. So if you're giving away the CC from the jungler side, you're gonna put it on the AD carry, picking up the Ashe. So Cal Gold have that game plan in mind, running it back with a Cho'Gath as well. So Team DN, they do get their first set of counter pick right here. They can counter pick the top laner if they want. They elect to go for the Morgana, and they're gonna ban away the counters to the Leona.
Oh,
I
okay.
was thinking ban away the Morgana because that's what one of the Leona counters. So they're taking away the
Yeah.
Thresh. I think that's a great ban away because Jerry Wu was just insane on that. Thresh definitely off the hook.
Off the hook, indeed. I think Jerry Wu was maybe the MVP of last game. Definitely got the ball rolling with all those with all those hooks, and then even them targeting him, they were able to really capitalize off of that. But I'm trying to see what I would ban here. Okay, Oriana, that's definitely good. The Shockwave could really turn the fight around. Pretty sure that's the Oriana. I don't know if we could get a confirmation on that.
Yeah, that's a confirmed Oriana ban right there.
Okay.
And taking it away from the Leona, Leona definitely a good ball delivery system if they can get on the right people. Like right now, they have a lot of dive onto the Ashe. I'm trying to see if they have an answer for the Olaf, because once Olaf goes unstoppable, Leona is not going to be able to stop Olaf from running over the rest of the team. Xayah
Yeah.
can buy a little bit of time with the ultimate, but we see a Yone ban coming out of Team DN, and that's a very well-earned ban, I believe, from Game 1.
Oh yeah, his roams were so clutch. Those fate seals definitely were able to capitalize off of some of the other members, and like Cho'Gath, and then obviously the Skarner always sticking around, making sure to layer the CC. It was intense. Oh, Silas, a
Yeah.
possible ban by Team Cal Gold.
That's a really interesting ban right here. I mean, they may be knowing that they're going to be blind picking their mid laner right here, so that may be a pocket pick from the mid laner of Team DN. Let's see, ultimates that he could steal away, being able to steal away Olaf ultimate, steal away Ashe ultimate, Cho'Gath ultimate. So there are three ultimates, very strong ultimates that Silas
Yeah.
can steal away. So, thinking about what team they have right there, I'm not mad at it. I appreciate the pick.
No, not at all. And oh, they're opting for Mordekaiser. Okay, they're going for the damage instead of the sustain. Mordekaiser really melts those beefy champions with this passive. I'm not too sure what's the percentage on the health on the health percentage damage it does, but I know it definitely takes away some of the bigger champions. And here we have Lulu. Okay, a possible Lulu mid maybe, or you definitely think it's gonna be a Lulu Ash in the bot lane.
Hard to say right here, especially with that Morgana hover. That could be a Lulu mid. And
Uh,
we talked about, you pick that Olaf, you want people around that Olaf to enable it.
yeah.
Uh, being able to put the not the polymorph onto him, but being able to put the whimsy on the Olaf and send him running, give him the full growth. And it looks like no, it's going to be a support Ash with Victor in the mid lane.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like Lulu is Morgana. So that's a
Lulu's
Morgana
Morgana?
support with a Victor mid.
Oh, okay. Are they gonna allow that? I don't know the rules on what they allow. I think it's for Team DN to really allow, right? I'm not
It
too
is.
sure on the rule set.
mean, it is. You go by pro draft unless you see otherwise right here. I was actually looking forward to seeing a Lulu pick
Mhm.
because of Morgana. I don't know if it's going to be able to do the same thing that a Lulu can do in order, to peel effectively. I was going to
Yeah.
ask you, Olaf with his ultimate when he pops that Ragnarok, does he go out of the Death Realm for the Mordekaiser?
Um, I think depending on when it's triggered, you if it's after, no, I don't think so. I know if it's before and Mordekaiser tries to time it by the end of his Ragnarok, because Ragnarok lasts 6 seconds. So I think if he goes into the death, if he tries to hit the Olaf as he's Ragnarok, I think he does not. It does not go through. I mean, obviously it doesn't go through. No CC can go through. But as far as like after, I don't think he gets out of the death realm. That's gonna be an interaction I'm interested to see. That's something that I'm surprised I haven't seen. Seeing that we've seen a lot of Mordekaiser and Olafs in games. But yeah, I think it just depends on when the Ragnarok is activated. If it's after the death realm, I don't think he comes out of it. I don't know if we could get confirmation on that by anybody in the chat or a producer here.
Yeah, but taking a look right here, we see the Victor picked from the mid lane at Cal Gold right here. I don't know if Team DN did their homework because they played Victor into Galio last night on that streamed matchup, and Victor just popped off, was able to free farm, was above 10 CS per minute, basically before 10 minutes. So just
Whoa.
insane farming coming out of the Cal Gold mid laner. And just being able to really control everything. We see a lot of zone control from the Victor with the gravity field. Cho'Gath has the knockups. Morgana going to be able to keep the Ashe and the Victor safe while the Olaf can just go in and eat up some damage. So I
Yeah.
really like the team comp coming out of Cal Gold. Team DN, they're putting their eggs in the Graves, Zaya, Mordekaiser basket, having that supportive Galio mid laner. It's weird seeing the Galio mid lane without having a lot of lockup. I mean, yeah, you have the Leona for the lockup, but it's not
Mhm.
something like a Camille or maybe even like a
Mhm.
Kindred where people are kind of staying in the ult to be safe.
Mhm.
And then as soon as they
J4.
think they're safe, it's just boom, or J4. Yeah, exactly. J4 also a great pick into the Olaf to lock him up. But they opt for the carry jungler, and we'll see if Team DN, if Straws can put his carry pants on and take this to a game 3.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, Olaf definitely relies on padding a lot. You really want to ramp him up all the way to like level 6 so he could truly be a nuisance. Graves, though, I can't remember who farms faster. I'm gonna assume Graves farms way faster now than Olaf just because of the nerf. I'm not. I'm just that's just kind of like a shot in the dark. From the nerfs that I saw, his DPS got kind of stripped away. As far as the Ash Lulu in the bot lane, oh, is that Ash Morg? Did that get confirmed as in like
Yes.
accepted?
Yes,
Okay.
Morgana. Yep.
All right. So Ash Morgana definitely a lot better than Ash Lulu. I was gonna say Ash Morg would be way more detrimental to that bot lane of Team DN than Ash Lulu. I think it goes to the side of Team DN if it stayed Ash Lulu. I'm not too sure on that. But as far as Cho'Gath versus Mordekaiser, Mordekaiser could really bully the Cho'Gath if he's not if he gets the better of trades and he can't really walk up to get that sustain. And then Galio, like you were saying, Victor was just completely dominating a Galio. It's pretty much what Oriana had to do the first 3 levels of Yone, but unfortunately Galio doesn't have that level 3 swing where it goes into his favor. Unfortunately, Victor I think ends up winning that matchup because of the poke, the Q poke, the laser, and then if he tries to go in, he just lays down his gravity field. So it's definitely going to be a stabsy game here in the mid lane. uh,
Yeah, it has that phase rush too to get out pretty easily if they don't pop that taunt in time. But they do have the layered CC knockup from the Leona to the Galio. Um, Maybe that'd be enough for the Zaya to get down the feathers and put the lockup there as well. But we also see the long range engage from the Ashe coming out. And if they don't have the cleanse or they don't have the right body blocking going on, then Olaf can kind of just run people down. Cho'Gath follow up with the knockup. Um, so who's going to land it first? Who's going to take the right fights? We'll see in about a minute and a half as we are going to hear again another word from our sponsors, and we will see you on the Rift the next time you're back with us.
And
All
we
right,
back.
ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the Rift for game 2 of the winners final. The winner of this gets a guaranteed spot in the grand finals. Overall, we do have Cal Gold is up 1-0 against Team DN right here. Mainly a team composed of students from Colorado State or Colorado in general, Boulder. So, a lot on the line right here. We see Cal Gold win this. They have the automatic seed into the grand finals at 5 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, we go to a game 3. That's what I would like to see. But, more League of Legends is always appreciated here, right? Fantastic Fat Man.
Always, always. I can always appreciate more League of Legends because more League of Legends leads to more possibilities of team fights. More team fights equals more kills, and that's a lot of action that I love to cover and see. What are we thinking as a team comp breakdown, or maybe lane by lane breakdown? What should we go first? With team comp, who's looking at the favorable matchup here?
I really just like Stabsy on the Victor. I was a big fan of how he played the Galio matchup against the team from yesterday. I don't recall exactly who he played, but he was just able to free farm forever. And like we said, had that huge CS win over the Galio. Didn't even really have a kill before he was up 10 CS per minute. That is insane levels of farming right here. But meanwhile, on the bot lane, we see level 1, Night
Ooh.
Raven and one Tyler putting down some damage onto the Ashe right here. So they're going to make it a difficult lane for that Ashe.
Oh yeah, hopefully they could go ahead and come back with that. I mean, Morgan Ash already used the help pot though to go ahead and even the score a little bit. More skirmishes would be more favorable to Team DN, especially since the sustain gets stripped away there. And ooh, looks like a junglers are gonna both start top side. Graves on the red and Olaf onto the blue, like that. Similar pathing from the Olaf.
Yeah, and
Here,
taking
let's
a look
see.
at the bot lane right now, we're getting into that level 2 push. And it looks like Zaya and Leona are just going to concede that level 2 right here. Morgana stepping up to put down some damage, misses the Dark Binding, but some poke coming out of the Ashe right here. And
Yeah.
meanwhile, on the top side, ooh, big
Ooh.
slam down from that mace onto the Cho'Gath. So really trying to stop Cho'Gath from just getting that free sustain like they did on the Gragas.
Oh yeah, I mean Cho'Gath, he needs to hit the minions to go ahead and be able to sustain. Looks like Mordekaiser's gonna put a beating on him every time he does, though, returning back the damage that he once had. It's gonna be a tough matchup. Ooh, and it looks like Galio there, shoved up, getting the better of that wave duel, that wave ping pong duel we always see in the early levels. Ooh,
Yeah,
ooh.
we also see Cal Gold. They spot out the graves on the ward right here, so they are aware of his pathing, allowing the Mordekaiser. He's just going to be able to get the farm down. I don't think they were able to spot the Olaf. They did spot him on the Raptor camp, so that way they're able to play freely in the top lane right here. Pop John able to get that down, but look at that. Paga's champion just still hasn't even blown his health pots yet. Just look at how insane that sustain is.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, and I like how he's comfortable. He knows the wave is towards him. He's not gonna have to be shoving too much, and then Mordekaiser just by default having to poke down the Cho'Gath, he's gonna be auto shoving the lane, so he's completely
Ooh.
comfortable there.
Look at this. Olaf
Oh,
finds the Graves over there on the Rift Skelter right here. He misses the second axe, but here's the
oh, the
flash.
roam!
Xena played forward, the taunt from the Galio. First blood goes to Team DN.
All
Meanwhile, on the
right.
top side, Pop John finds Paga's champion. He's a little bit out of sorts, doesn't choose to flash the Rupture right here. But a first blood onto the Galio right here. Insane stuff. And look at this. Night Raven goes
Oh,
forward, forces the flash out of Paga's champion. Night Raven just making plays all over the map.
oh yeah, Night Raven wants to put the game into his hand or the game into Leona's hands, and I'm not mad at it. Leona is definitely the roaming champion type, and he's taking advantage of it. We're barely at level 3. He's already got two successful ganks off. Got a flash in one and got a kill in the other. Team DN needs to hold on to this lead, like just like how they had in the first game. Hopefully for them, Team Cal Gold is caught on their heels and can't really strike back. Oh man.
We see in the mid lane right here, Stabsy going low on mana and
Yep.
doesn't quite have enough probably to get his Lost Chapter yet. So it's going to be really hard for him to kind of deal with the push onto the Galio. Galio just this insane, just turn off your brain and hit the minions. That's what Galio wants to do. Just keep that shoved in so Victor can't move. Once Galio gets that roam, is able to move, and he gets level 6 and puts that global pressure on, just being out of sight just creates so much pressure around the map. We see Straws on his way to the top side right now. Cho'Gath doesn't have the flash available. They're looking for it right here. We see the
Oh.
pullback from The Mordekaiser goes down. Strauss is putting down the damage. Auto attack after auto attack. They give it to the Graves. And that's the second kill for Team DN. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Jerry Wu misses the Dark Binding, hits that minion right here. One Tyler going very low right now. And they're just able to poke away. But they see the gank on the top side. They're going to trade. Olaf goes onto that dragon, one of the quickest dragon takers in the game, with that W sustain and that attack speed buff that he gets when he goes low.
Yep, early Ocean, not mad at that. Always helps out the sustain, especially for the Cho'Gath there, who looks like might be getting the losing side of that matchup. And Pog's champ shoving over, used the telly to come back into lane. It looks like, Pop
He's in the
John
death realm. He's sent to the Shadow Realm right here, just takes it right there, hits the Q. We see the damage is just ticking away. He flashes forward, but Paga's champion still not level 6 yet, lands the Rupture, but Pop John able to just get away from here. And Cho'Gath is going to feel bad, man, right now. Does not have the teleport available, and he's going to be significantly far behind in this match.
You hate to see that with top laners. They go ahead and TP, try to get the run back, and then they fail at it. Further increasing their deficits. Here, use the positive negative. That was awkward saying. So it puts them more behind. it puts them more behind, and it definitely puts a little bit of a needle on the jungler's side, because he might have to go up there and do something about it. But Mordekaiser can definitely turn the 2v1 into a sticky situation for Team Cal Gold there. So I don't know what the Olaf's gonna have to do. Maybe ramp up the bot, help out the Victor. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, Cho'Gath is just going to have to play from behind right here. So if any of you guys are in my solo queue games, just know if you fall behind, find a way to be useful.
Yeah. Cho'Gath's got the CC to be useful, that's for sure.
Yeah, it definitely has the CC to peel for the Ashe and the Victor. Also does have that feast, so he's able to help out with the objectives and secure them, especially with getting that early Ocean Dragon. When Soul becomes a thing in about 23, 24-minute mark, the Cho'Gath could definitely be useful there. Able to dodge out quite a bit right now, so well done from the Cho'Gath. Able to kind of stop the bleeding just a little bit. But yeah. Mordekaiser's just going to have his way with that lane, I believe. Has no flash, so we'll see if they try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I'm liking how Galio's playing up against the Victor, not letting the poke come out too much. Stabsy wants to go ahead and stab a little bit onto the Galio and put him extremely low, but Galio looks like he's bobbing and weaving and just making sure he's focusing on the CS rather than the matchup. Oh, look at this on the bot lane.
Yeah, we see Leona goes forward, holding onto that Q, trying to get the stun from the Black Shield, but eating the damage back, and Ashe goes forward, has that lethal tempo block, and is going forward. The Ignite is popped right here. Here comes the Zyro ultimate. It's not going to be enough, but a huge damage goes on to Jerry Wu. One Tyler trying to get a kill back. He splits his damage, and it's a double kill for Zhang Jingyi for Cal Gold. So bot lane putting on the carry pants today.
Oh yeah, well done. I mean, that could have looked like one Tyler's match, right? I mean, double kill right there, but he stayed in the tormented soil. If he just took one itsy step back and then allowed him to just go auto for auto, he definitely would have picked up the Ashe. Depending if he has Triumph, he would have been able to turn it onto the Morgana as well, because Morgana was so low from that feather callback. Incredibly well attempted by one Tyler, but well done by Team Cal Gold picking up that double kill in the bot lane.
Oh, look at this. We see the flank from the Galio. He's coming in from behind right now. Doesn't have the teammates with him. Ashe runs up forward. And look at this. He doesn't know he's going to be running into Olaf. Arrow to the face. He is rooted. He's trying to channel up a taunt, but it's too little too late. As Kezios takes up a kill for himself, and Cal Gold is back into the game.
Oh, man. We saw what they could do with a little bit of a lead. Oh, hold on. Don't speak too soon. We got a Rift Herald top turret dive here. Classic play. Oh,
yeah,
double knockup.
Down. There goes the CC, but the tower is going to be hitting the Rift Herald. Pop John going away, puts Paga's champion into the Delph right now, but here comes Victor. He is just waiting. We see Strauss is trying to push that wave in, but Pop John has no way out, and he is just going to be taking down the damage. He puts down the shield and is trying to walk away. Strauss continuing to push in that wave, not going to help out his teammate. Pop John has no flash. They know this, and Paga's champion takes down a kill for himself. And the tower dive goes extremely wrong for the side of Team DN.
I would have liked to see Pop John just fully commit onto that fight. I mean, what else was there? You had no flash. The E was still on CD. You should have just kept fighting and then try to bring him to low to the point where Strauss was going to be able to get a nice double kill. Take one for the team. But it looked like he thought he was going to be able to survive. Made a last ditch attempt at trying to run away. Unfortunately, did not go his way. And Cal Gold back at it again, coming back from a early deficit. I mean, can you really call that a deficit? It's just one kill. Oh,
Forcing the flash out of Victor, that's going to be huge from the Galio right there as Night Ravens ever so present in the other lanes. That has to be annoying for you. But look at
oh,
this
look
in
at
the bot
that.
lane. One Tyler gets pushed up, but here comes the hero's entrance. One Tyler trying to answer back the damage, and Galio goes forward, forces the flash out of the Ash, but one Tyler is still around.
Oh,
And we see Leona face tanking the ultimate from the Ash, keeping one Tyler alive. Meanwhile, here comes Victor on the backside. Stabs, he goes forward, puts down the field or the Chaos Storm. The ultimate from the Leona going to keep him alive. Kapari goes forward, but one Tyler doesn't have an ultimate, and he's going to eat the Victor damage. He's going forward. He just needs one more auto attack as Zhang Jin Yi takes down the Galio, and Cal Gold looks like they're going to be running away with the game yet again.
oh man, Team DN trying to make the plays, but Gal Gold having the answers for him. Dragon has the consolation prize. They're already two in. And oh man, that was what, a three for none. Oh, did you see Jerry Woo's stopwatch? That was incredible. It almost made me want to give him a Ric Flair woo on top of it because he was so well timed. Oh man,
I didn't
replay,
get to see it, but
replay.
we got a replay coming in.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and walk us through this fantastic fat man.
Oh man, we all started right here with Stabsy coming in, backing off the bot lane. Oh, there we go, the Galio. This is actually a little on the late side here. He's still trying to pick up that more kill because he knows he's down, so might as well make a last ditch attempt to pick up Jerry Woo, but unfortunately he cannot. There you go, Cal Gold favorable in that in that team fight on the bot lane.
During
Uh,
that replay, we saw Olaf try to run down the Xayah. Xayah now 0-3 and 0. Not what you want to see out of your AD carry in one of your win conditions. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, we saw Leona pick up a kill onto the Victor. They just layered their CC, Galio taunts onto the Zenith Blade. Unfortunate that it went over to the Leona and not to one of the carries, but it is what it is.
yeah.
Anytime you can deny an enemy laner, it's a good win.
Oh yeah, 100%. And Zaya being behind is gonna further push back that 3 item a hyper carry that she could become. Unfortunately, there's basically like a hardcore delay, and 0-3 still doesn't have her first mythic. It's looking a little tough here. I can't see where they can go ahead and come back other than Zaya freezing and hoping the best for Team DN's remaining 4 members to really make plays onto the map. Here they're all topside though, so that's pretty good. They're gonna eat up Kesius. Kate, how do you say that? Kesios? Kesios?
I think it's Cusius. But look
Cusio.
at this. Paga's champion trying to get away right here, and Paga's champion is in an awkward spot, but the teams are collapsing right now. And this is going to be an explosive fight. This might determine the game. Zenith Blade, CC lands onto the Leona right here, but Galio face tanking as well. And here comes the Olaf. He is just running rampant. Huge team fight breaking out right here. Hero's entrance not going to land on anyone. Pop John goes forward, puts down the Death Realm onto Jerry Woo, and he's moving forward to get a double kill. And they are following up right now.
Ooh.
We see an Undertow able to buy enough time to walk them out. And Team DN, they say they're not over yet. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Stabsy just putting work in on that tower, did not have teleport to join that fight.
Oh
And
man.
it looks like this is looking a lot closer than game one. We're looking for a bloodbath, fantastic fat man.
Oh yeah, we got 13 kills, right? 13. We have 13 kills, almost a kill per minute. Those are the type of games I like. I like to see a lot of chaos. And Team DN still in it. They're able to really get it in. Oh, we got a little bit of replay coming in for this one. Here we go. Pog's champion, definitely in an awkward position, trying to make the most out of it. Knows that his team is rotating over, able to sustain so much of the damage. Solar Flare used onto him, a critical ultimate. Here we have one Tyler though laying down the DPS. Hero's entrance just helping out with the shield, and I think that was a pretty clutch death realm there by the Mordekaiser, taking Jerry Woo in there, stopping the Soul Shackles, the 5-man Soul Shackles, and really helping them out on that chase. But like you said, the Undertow was able to nullify a lot of it, and that's pretty much it. That's all
Yeah,
she
we're
wrote for
back
team.
live, and look at this. Team DN do not like dinosaurs. They're moving up to Paga's champion yet again, sending 3 people into the top lane. We'll see how Cal Gold is going to respond around the map. But we see the dinosaur trying to limp away, going towards the tower, tries to put down the rupture, but it's not going to land. And the question is, who is it going to go over to? Looks like they're going to either give it to the Graves, they give it to the Graves. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, Cal Gold not able to pick up a tower as Galio makes the right rotation. Olaf on the other side.
Ooh.
Paga's champion just taking it over and over again, just getting the beating in the top lane.
Yeah, unfortunately for that top laner, you hate to see it. You hate to see them focus on one lane and make their game miserable. Kind of ruining their League of Legends experience there. Oh, Olaf being in the bot lane though, allows Graves to easily pick up that rift. That's what he's doing right there, right?
Yeah, we do know a lot of people have said second rift does not matter nearly as much as the first one because of the plates that are going on right here. This is going to be a very important dragon. We saw Olaf get a lot of pressure on that bot side, but they don't get a lot of vision out of it. I would have liked to have seen them, use this time to get the vision set up for the dragon that's coming up, because if you put yourself on the soul point, you can force Team DN into a fight that they do not want to take. And that's usually where you get your win condition. That's how they got their victory last time. They just kept forcing Team DN to make these plays and to pull the trigger when they just did not have the right opportunities.
Oh
And
yeah.
we'll see if they're going to be able to pull the appropriate triggers here. But the goal lead almost back to even.
Yeah, we definitely saw Team Cal Gold at a nice hefty lead amount. Oh, here they're rotating over for that first Inferno. Oh, Mordekaiser. Oh, gets disabled. The
Black
death row does not
shielded!
go through. And
That's
then
going to be so huge. No Death Realm is going to be so big, but Pop John trying to limp away, and he has most of the gold on that team. He has the shield. The shutdown goes over to the victor, but the team fight is explosive. Kapari goes forward to try to lock them up. Here comes a big ultimate from the Xayah, and Ashe is on the wrong scene. Ashe is not a flanking champion. Night Raven flashes forward, locks up Jengi, and we have a shutdown onto the Xayah. Meanwhile, we see the Galio going 1-for-1 into Stabby right here. He has the shield, and I think Stabsy's going to be able to kite it out. Oh, look at that. The Zanyas is there. Night Raven goes through. The Scorch is going to take him down, but Night Raven wants a piece himself. He puts down the W, but the gravity field is going to lock him up and Stabsy with a double kill 1v2.
Oh
What
my.
a turnaround from Stabsy.
Stabsy, the silver lining of Cal Gold here, able to turn it around. The Inferno Drake still goes over to Team DN, but hey, the team fight didn't look too detrimental after that. I can't wait to see what he's gonna do with that gold lead. He already has the Leandries. He has a tier of God, just the tier of God is being stacked up. Oh man, I don't know the Victor pathing, but he definitely is gonna be able to get a nice big buy after that double kill. And we'll see if he can get that. Oh, that's the replay.
The replay right here, yeah. Pop John just black shielding the ultimate. That could have gone so bad.
Oh my goodness, the hero's entrance, the Galioton winding it up, able to get all 3 of them, and then even got Stabsy. Stabsy was able to get away, and Ashe on the flank definitely was not the move, unfortunately. Probably trying to get an angle for that crystal arrow, and has to pay for it with her life. Here we go, Stabsy picking up the kill once on Galio. The Leandries was able to just tick all the way through that Zonias. As soon as he comes up, that last tick of Leandries is able to certify the kill onto the Galio, and now here Leona goes down. Oh man, that's tough to see. That's definitely tough to see there.
Yeah, we see Team DN, they're putting down the Rift Herald on the top lane. One Tyler with a fancy feat to dodge those skill shots right now. But Mordekaiser just putting away work on the bot side. He knows not a lot of people can 1v1 him right now. That pressure, but look at that. We see Galio go forward. They lock up Stabsy right here. Chaos Storm is down, and he's using the phase rush to walk away and try to kite this out. Draws, has the Immortal Shield Bow popped, but we see Caprari goes forward, lands the auto attack on the Stabsy. Is going to be able to land the taunt. He will not, but we see here comes Leona, and Graves is just going to get away. They're not going to give over the kill. I just got to say, great job for Strauss for not greeting for that, because I definitely would have. As one Tyler picks up his 3rd kill of the game, and he is back to relevance, baby.
Oh yeah, the Zaya definitely has the potential to get back into this game. The hyper carry is back online, and definitely a big winning condition for Team DN. There, like you said, Graves. Well, I like the patience by the Graves there. Straws really waited it out, made sure to only come in and commit to where he knew. Oh, and then also on top of that, I wanted to say the rotations by Cal Gold are kind of getting taken advantage of. I mean, Mordekaiser was able to eat up a bunch of waves there in the bot lane. The mid was shoving, able to hold what's left of the mid turret. I mean, although it's like one or two autos away, it's still an objective they have to go right back to get where they could have already if they didn't rotate to that top to that top gank onto Stabsy.
Yeah, and that's the third time this game, Fantastic Fat Man, we have seen a member of Cal Gold get caught out of position in the top lane. It was Cho'Gath the first two times, and then was Victor the next time after that. Victor put up a lot more of a fight, but still was unsuccessful in it. They're just giving gold back over to Team DN, who have not a significant gold lead, but still a gold lead nonetheless, as they did pick up a dragon for themselves here. So the soul points not going to come as soon as the other games have been. We have a minute 30 until Dragon. Let's see how the team's set up.
Oh yeah, we're coming up into 21 minutes, and 4 minutes I don't think is enough to really close this game out. So this is going to be one of the longer games that both teams have experienced. And it looks like Victor is going to go one-on-one against the Mordekaiser, but Jerry Woo, oh, and QCOS is coming around. Mordekaiser can go ahead and turn the situation into a 1v1.
Yeah, that's a great dodge right there from the
Ooh,
Mordekaiser. Oh, look at
on
that
screen froze.
two-man pullback right here. Still has the death from available, absorbing so much pressure on the top side. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Strauss dodges the rupture and he goes forward. The red buff is ticking on Poggish Champion. He dashes forward into it, gets eaten, but he uses the collateral damage to escape. And then here comes the Ashe moving forward. We see Shirelli has popped on the Galio looking for the Ashe. Does not quite land it, but is forcing Ashe away with the heal. And that might be the next dragon for Team DN right here. Let's see, blue turret destroyed? Where was that at? Was that in the mid lane?
I believe so.
Yeah, so tower falls in the mid lane right here, and they're posturing around this next dragon. 30 seconds until that death timer comes up. Poggish Champion does have teleport available, will have the Feast available as well to lock up that objective.
Oh yeah, hold on. I'm getting a little bit of technical issues here, but I do see what's going on here. They're all rounding up for that dragon. It's coming up in about a minute, maybe 30 seconds, maybe even less. Oh yeah, way less. 10 seconds, 15 seconds coming in. And then they got the mid priority. Team DN definitely has to put the nail in the coffin here for this victory. With this next team fight, hopefully Pop John is going to be able to send the correct person into the death realm. Is it going to be Jerry Woo? He's going to go 1v1 choke at. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Pop John gets locked up a little bit, but Poggish Champion takes some damage himself. Chaos Storm ripping apart the team, but here comes the Heroes entrance to split up the fight, and we see a great turn from Team DN. They go forward, and they're playing the front to back beautifully right here, creating so much zoning potential, and they take down the Dragon from themselves. They're setting their eyes on the Baron.
Woohoo! Well done by Team DN there. They had them all funneled in that little entrance to go to the Dragon Pit, allowing Zaya to just put maximum damage because the feathers go through all the way to a certain distance, and then the callback, able to CC some of them. Hero's entrance, although didn't land too much, did definitely split them up in a way that caused the team fight to swing into the favor of Team DN. And consolation prize is both Inferno and Baron here. Oh,
Oh, wait a second here,
whoa, whoa,
though.
whoa.
Baron getting pretty low, but we see Victor is around. They're looking for it right now. They're going to just have to give it over. They
Yeah.
can't create that much chaos. And Baron going to be going over to Team DN. They have a pretty significant gold lead. A couple Infernal Dragons to help themselves along. And this game, we may be seeing it turn one way or the other, but we'll see if they can play the picks. You know, Victor can play around that gravity field and do a lot of damage. Look at that CS. He is up about 40 CS over the next person. And Victor, if anyone can shred apart a team, we know Victor can. So we
Oh
can't count
yeah.
him out yet, but it is looking a little bit difficult for Cal Gold. They're going to have to work for their food.
Oh yeah, Team DN are so tenacious. I think DN stands for determination nonstop, and they're definitely not gonna let this game slip away like they let game one do. They're definitely all syncing up. Their team fight roles are definitely well done. Mordekaiser looked like he was getting caught out, but the team definitely knew exactly how to engage back. Galio taunted up the back line or attempted to taunt up the back line, and they all pretty much got funneled into that dragon entrance from the blue side. helping them out. And that's one thing that some people forget is in League of Legends, terrain can help out a lot, especially for a team comp such as Team DN, where they like to play that front to back and leave Zaya comfy wumpy in the back line, you know?
Yeah, but let's see how Team DN chooses to use this Baron. How are they going to put it down? I don't think they really have great siege potential from them. They don't have a lot of poke from their team. So are they going to look for a dive? Are they going to look to pull people? They really don't have an objective to play for with this Baron. Dragon's up in about 3 minutes. They're moving forward on this mid lane tower right here. Dark Binding from Jerry Wu does not land, and they just brute force down the mid lane right here. The team does not respond, but they get damage
Ooh.
onto one Tyler right there. We'll see if the Ash arrow comes out. It does not. Kind of surprised to see that it's not coming out right here. Maybe they don't see the Galio and they're a little afraid of the hero's entrance, but that was some big damage on the one Tyler right there coming out of Zhang GG.
Oh yeah, no disrespect from team. No respect by the side of Team D, and they just brute forced that mid outer turret, and they were able to get away with it. Cal Gold a little bit on their heels. You know, I think game one, Cal Gold would have definitely initiated on that. Right here, they're a little bit hesitant. They don't want to pick up a wrong fight because that could definitely lead to a game over, game three situation.
Yeah, so the game is stabilizing right now. Next objective is going to be that Infernal Dragon in about 2 minutes. The Baron timer has about 30 seconds left on it. We'll see if they try to push down another tower or if they're just going to use this time right here to kind of choke out Vision. We just know how important that Vision is going to be with a pick comp such as the Leona Galio. Galio on the opposite side of the map right now from the rest of the team. Look at this.
Ooh.
Graves goes forward, and he's just putting down the damage. Phase Rush he dodges the Rupture and is still putting down the damage. Xenoblade from long range,
Ooh.
and Straws is dominating right now, 6-0-8. The substitute coming up big for Team DN.
Oh yeah, looks like they're able to do a lot more with this carry type of jungler. The Baron buff does run out, but they still have a lot of priority in the top lane. Galio has a teleport, can go ahead and TP Hero's entrance. They have a lot of plays here. Hopefully they don't get lost in the sauce and really get ahead of themselves.
Ooh, Jerry Wu getting really close to that Dark Binding right here. They do have the pressure all across the map right now. It is still a 4v4, so they still have to play it carefully. Remember, it is still anyone's game.
Most
Dragon
definitely.
timer coming up in about 50 seconds. Are they going to back for some items right now? They just put down their Vision. They should defend it. But Leona, Galio, they are looking to go back, maybe get a refresher on their wards, and get these next item spikes they need before this next big objective. Because winner of this goes on Soul Point. And if you have 4 Infernal Dragons, that's going to be really hard to deal with, even if you have a tank such as Joe.
Oh yeah, even if you have the 3 Inferno Dragon stacks, that's something you don't want to see. So Calgo should definitely prioritize this dragon. It doesn't look like it's going to be prioritized though. Ash on the top side, maybe an arrow from downtown, but they definitely need the DPS to really make something out of it. And here, Team DN noticing that they're going to be able to maybe even just shove in for a turret. Definitely prioritize the dragon, in my opinion. Okay, they're
Yeah,
backing off. They're backing off.
yeah, they may be thinking right now, okay, Dragon's coming up. We're going to use this time again to see if we can find a pick beforehand. They consciously give it up. Cal Gold says we are not in a position to fight right now. We do not have the items that we need. So we're just going to go ahead and give this one up. It is not a soul just yet, but we see Ash in the top lane looking to break a little bit of that pressure from the top side.
Yeah. Oh.
Personally, I agree with it.
Yeah, you think it's not too detrimental to go ahead and leave them and let them have the third one. We'll fight for the soul.
I think so, because I don't think you're in a position to fight yet. I mean, we do have the Victor is pretty strong, but, you know, the Ash is sitting on only 2 completed items, where the Xayah is sitting on 3. You don't really have the means to kind of navigate these team fights and to peel backwards, especially if the team has that much pressure. I think the champion getting caught a little bit earlier kind of just dealt a huge blow to whatever plans they had on fighting that dragon. So they say,
Mhm.
okay, we're going to take our stance at the soul, and hopefully Ash can complete an item. They finished the Mercurial Scimitar here, so 3 completed items already, and the crit chance is really building, so that's going to be a lot of slows coming out from the Ash.
Okay, so definitely they're gonna go for the soul position, but that's just so scary. 3 stacked infernos. I mean, the damage is gonna be able to be output by the Graves, by the Mordekaiser, even helping out the Galio with this Q. Once those 2 wings clash, it definitely deals a lot of damage, even if he doesn't focus on AP. And we're looking at a soul team fight to really determine the game. Incredible. If this works out, incredible discipline by Team Cal Gold. Oh, Jerry Woo.
Oh.
We're having some lag issues. Oh, and a pause. Quick reconnect though. We'll see.
All right.
Okay, let's go back to cams. All right, yeah. Don't leave any information on stream. I like that. I don't. You can't let them know where the ward's at. You can't let them know where the pink ward's at. Where the potential teleport flanks are. So we're gonna go ahead and wait it out. We'll see. They'll definitely let us know what the pause is for if it's that long. But right now it's looking like a Team DN game. I don't know what Cal Gold can do. They definitely have the discipline for it. They gave up the third Inferno drag. I would have been so that would have been so nerve wracking for me. I don't think I would have been able to call that or even commit to that call. But hey, they're comfortable with it. They want to rack up those items like you were saying, and they're gonna go for that soul point fight or possibly even the Baron fight. What do you think? What do you think Team Cal Gold should do?
Well, Cal Gold, I mean, they're just trying to farm up their items right here and get to the point where Victor and Ash are just kind of unstoppable. I mean, when you take a look at the Infernal Dragon, if you had Infernal on an Ezreal as we're going back into the game, if you had an Infernal on a poke champion like an Ezreal or a Zoe, yeah, it feels extremely bad. But there's not a lot of long range poke that kind of comes out of the team of Team DN. Graves has to get super short range in order to make something happen. But we see Night Raven
Ooh.
goes forward, gets the black shield out of the Morgana, dodges the undertow, and Night Raven is just having one heck of a series right here. This man is just all over the place and beating all kinds of spells. I definitely got to tip my hat off to him.
Oh yeah, man, that's that. Those are some big boss plays right there by Night Raven. He's got to go ahead and he definitely wants to commit onto something, and he wants to end this game with a nice a catch out. But we'll see what Team Cal Gold can do. Oh man, Baron up. That could definitely lead to the victory of Team DN. Again, another nerve wracking call. You do we do if we're Team Cal Gold, do we fight for that acolyte?
I mean, we see Ash did complete that third item. Victor is kind of sitting on in between 3 and 4 items right here. So I don't think you give up the Baron. If you give up the Baron, then you kind of give up a lot of pressure around the map. Especially you'll be giving up that fourth soul for sure because you can't deal with the waves that kind of come forward.
Hmm.
So I definitely think this might be the play they have to make or the stand that they have to make. And it's kind of hard. Team DN, I think, don't want to fight this Baron either because if they end up in that Baron pit right here, sometimes they're going to trap their carries like Zaya into that Baron pit. So they really want to make sure they have the ability to go front to back and move around. Kind of like when they did around the Dragon pit. Zaya
Yeah.
can move forward and back. Galio can split up the team, and then they can all converge onto 1 or 2 targets and just really pop them.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's definitely true. So it might be Team DN leaving that Baron up and maybe even using it as a bait. We'll see what goes down. But oh man, as a jungler, I hate to see the enemy team taking your farm because you just get incredibly starved out here. I know the waves are pushing and it is ping ponging back and forth, but it's still somewhat of a a standstill there or a nullifying action towards the Olaf. I hate to see it. One thing though that I wanted to mention is I'm scared on what they're gonna be able to commit to because Night Raven, oh, he looks a little hasty on the Leona. I don't know if they're gonna be able to commit onto the right play there. We saw a lot of times where they engaged on what they thought was a lone Cal Gold member, and they were able to return the favor and re-engage, take the team fights. It's a little scary.
And look here, they're taking a look at this dragon play coming up in the next couple seconds. They're really pushing forward their vision. If you take a look, they have the vision closer to the entrances of the pit. They don't have the vision of the Raptors. And we see the blue side ping onto the Baron right here. So they might be cautiously giving up.
Oh,
But we see an Ash Arrow popped right now. Ragnarok is popped as well. And those are some huge cooldowns used on the side of Cal Gold right now. This
mm.
could be the split that we're talking about. They're moving back up towards the Baron. Graves is going to finish the Dragon himself, but this is going to be, I think, a 4v5. They're going to try to push them off of the Baron. They don't know that Graves is on the Dragon. They don't know Graves isn't there.
Oh, they do now. The dragon goes ahead and pops up, but they don't decide to engage. They're like, you know what? It's too late. Oh, the
They
discipline.
didn't know.
The
They
discipline.
didn't know.
No, they
That was
didn't.
such a great play by Team DN. They send all 4 of their people up to the Baron and make it look like they're going to fight, but they knew that they didn't have the vision for Graves to just solo that dragon and take up the soul. So great discipline shown from Team DN here. I am super impressed by that play.
Oh yeah, they're gonna be able to get both objectives. I think they're gonna probably even leave up the Baron again. They don't want any kind of potential for Cal Gold to get back into this game. Oh, as I'm saying that, it looks like they're pinging the Baron. Oh, they're
At
put
the very least, they don't want a 50-50 it, at the very
yeah.
least.
Yeah, most definitely. And that was like an awkward that was kind of an awkward interaction. Galio got hit by the arrow, but it almost like the stun timer took up the whole timer of his dash, and he was able to just walk on out of there as soon as he was out of his dash. Oh,
Ooh, big binding on Zaya right there, but the team not around to follow it up.
oh man.
And
Oh
you see
yeah, that
everyone's just taking it so carefully. Look at that Stabsy in the bot lane trying to get his push on. He has TP available, but they are just shredding this Baron. Look at that. It took no time at all for that to happen. And Cal Gold just having to give it over.
oh man, Cal Gold. Cal Gold might be facing up an Anaconda Squeeze potential play here, where they kind of bounce around with the Baron buff, and then they ultimately just eat up all inhibitor turrets, inhibitors, and then you go ahead and see the Nexus turrets go down. Red Bull Soul Dragon that Team DN was able to pick up is going to be so detrimental in this team fight. Look at it. Here
Here
we
we go.
go.
Zaya pops the ultimate right away, so it is a little bit vulnerable, but they're still trying to make this fight happen. Strauss goes forward, forced to flash backwards, and here comes the Galio ultimate to zone up. Ash arrow is nullified,
Oh,
but there goes someone down. Leona is down. Strauss is being
oh.
caught by the Rapture as well, and here comes the Undertow. The Olaf is moving forward, and so far it's a 2-for-0. And look at that one. Tyler tries to get the flashy play down, but is not able to clean up a kill. And with the Infernal Soul and with the Baron, they go down 2 kills for 0, and that's the kind of fight we were talking about that they had to be careful for.
Oh yeah, yo, Cal Gold is able to turn that around. That's Infernal Soul, but unfortunately, Cal Gold couldn't. I mean, unfortunately, Team DN couldn't get it. Let's go ahead and get that replay. What went wrong here? Let's see.
Yeah,
Leona goes in onto the Cho'Gath. Go ahead, go ahead.
yeah. So we see the gravity field is down, and Mordekaiser got silenced and just ate a lot of damage at the very beginning. They weren't able to lock up the Ash. You see, the team was far back, and the carries were forward, and they just kept eating all kinds of damage. I think that was the first carry goes down. That was Leona that went down. So there goes all the CC that could possibly peel for them. And Strauss had to use his flash really early in that fight too. So being down those summoner spells really allowed Cal Gold to find that fight that they needed.
Oh man, that's tough to see. That's tough to see. Unfortunately, Mordekaiser couldn't really commit on that on that death realm. You like you said, he took way too much damage to DPS from Ash, and then I couldn't really tell if the Black Shield was on the Ash, so he couldn't return the favor to really to really single her out. But man, well done by Cal Gold there, able to turn the fight around with Team DN having Infernal Soul. We'll
That's kind
see
of like
what
you
they
said
can do.
earlier with the Leona are the engages that they try to make. Once you use those cooldowns, those are big cooldowns that you use. But meanwhile, look at this. They're trying to dive a Cho'Gath,
That's
taking
not the
down a
move.
lot of damage. They're using that Baron-powered minions to go forward. Huge knockup onto him. There goes the Ash Arrow. Immediate
Oh,
cleanse from one Tyler, but gets
oh,
rooted up yet again. And here comes the ultimate to keep themselves alive. They're playing their front and back, and here comes the Galio, blocking up 3 people with the taunt. And we see the damage onto the backline. Jerry Wu goes golden, but they're able to clean up the kill. There's a couple right there. Galio moving forward, trying to lock him up again, and we see 2 flashes coming out from Cal Gold. They have 2 people left alive to defend their base, but it may be too little too late. Super minions
oh
are knocking
my.
onto the mid lane. We have Mordekaiser on the top. This may be the game. They are knocking on the door. We see 30-second death timers on the rest of Cal Gold, and Team DN are walking their way into the base right now. We have
Oh,
Olaf on the top side trying to put down the damage and clear the minion waves, but it is too little too late. He goes forward, look at that, flash forward,
oh,
walks up the Victor, puts him to the death realm, and we see them just collapse on the Olaf. He is deleted off the map, and there's the Red Bull ace for the shutdown onto the Victor. They're going to set their eyes on the Nexus, and that's going to be the game. We're going to game 3.
we're going to game 3, and then that last team fight was 4v5. Mordekaiser was on the top side. 3 members of Cal Gold went down to a 4v5. Incredibly well done. So much CC was landed onto the Zaya, but they couldn't capitalize onto it. Galio was able to go in with that. Oh man, I forgot the item. The speed boost Aurelius. Oh, with the taunt, able to run into the carries, and then the carries just unfortunately had to focus onto the Galio. Meanwhile, the rest of Team DN was able to capitalize on to the remaining one member. What was it? Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath got melted, and then they basically steamrolled that 4v5. Incredibly well done. I would have liked to see that on that mid on that mid inhibitor turret, but it was a little bit of a nail biter. Kudos to Team DN really closing it off and putting the nail on the coffin on that game.
Yeah, during that mid inhibitor fight that we were talking about, we saw Galio was actually on the opposite side of where all the action was. But in that last fight that we saw, Galio, in the face of three members, locks them up, buys up so much time for the rest of this team to deal up damage and to regroup. They played that fight brilliantly on the side of Team DN. And I can't wait to see what's in store for game three.
No, I cannot. Well, I mean, you got to ban out the Graves for sure. Now you got to ban out a carry jungler from that Graves. He was able to impact the map so much. On top of that, Night Raven was able to roam around immediately at level two. Right at level two, got two successful ganks, got a kill in the mid lane, got a flash. That almost seems like a whole nother game because this game took so long, almost the double amount of minutes that they're usually used to. This game went up to 40 minutes, right?
I believe so. Yeah, it went pretty long.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy. That just kind of goes to show you how carefully they had to play those matches. You can see them respect each other as the game goes on. Once they were able to kind of pick out, we saw Team DN work their way back into the game. They had a lead. They kind of threw it away a little bit. They kind of picked some fights they shouldn't have fought, but then they were able to just pick on that Cho'Gath over and over and over again. It's safe to say that they have their answer for it. I wonder if the Mordekaiser is going to be banned or if they're going to try to opt for the Cho'Gath in game three because that's all I've seen out of Cal Berkeley so far.
Well, that could potentially be it. You definitely don't want a champion that kind of crutches your team. We saw Ash have to go third item. The what is it against the scimitar?
Hmm.
The scimitar. He had to go for the cleanse. The Quicksilver Sash into the scimitar. Those champions that create crutches that force you to build a certain way. You definitely don't want them to get ahead, or you definitely don't want them to be a factor just because that item set can be so important. Someone like Ash, instead of the scimitar, what could she have gone instead? Instead, probably what, like an IE, third fourth item. Another good third item could have been what, a Blade of the Ruin King to really help that DPS, really help that melt that front line, and provide way more damage. It's definitely a nuisance that you don't want to have to build into. That might be it. That might be it. They go for the Mordekaiser instead of the Graves, and then they just try to get a favorable matchup for the Cho'Gath in the top lane.
Yeah.
Or they go Skarner again.
It just goes to show you how important it is to position correctly. I mean, if Ash doesn't go the Mercurial Scimitar build in order to free up and get that free cleanse, then you just know you have to be so much more careful with how things happen. And you saw when they won that fight into the mid lane, didn't even need to use the Scimitar. Dodged the Leona ult, had no CC on them whatsoever. So maybe putting
Yeah,
that gold towards another item may have been a little bit more beneficial for him. Being able
yeah.
to tear apart that front line, tear apart that Galio who's in your face. But just the coordination that came out of Team DN was just, I mean, second to none. It was so good coming out of them in that game. Something I also
Oh,
want to touch on a little bit. We had that Zaya. Zaya got hit by a binding. She got hit by the Ash arrow, and she still somehow managed to live in that bot lane fight. So it just goes to show that they pulled the trigger, but they weren't on the same page Cal Gold was to take down that Zaya at the beginning. I mean, if Cho'Gath was able to get the knock up and then flash feast, maybe that would have been a whole different story in the game. But
yeah.
they just weren't 100% on the same page when it came to that pick.
Yeah, man. I'm just thinking about the bot lane team fight again. The 4v5. I can't mention that enough. Mordekaiser was in top lane, shoving in the wave. It was a 4v5. I think it was Olaf, Victor, Ash who went ahead and backed off with the Ash when Galio went full face forward with the taunt and tried to get the carry, and leaving Cho'Gath and Morgana vulnerable there. Morgana went ahead and activated the Soul Shackles, but they all ended up getting out of range. She went golden at like kind of a too late moment where the rest of her team got backed off all the way completely, and the rest of Team DN was able to melt the Morgana, melt the Cho'Gath, and then move on to basically run away with the lead or run away with the game.
Yeah, exactly. And it just goes to show how important that space was. I mean, if the Morgana sat back and peeled a little bit more for the other team, um, you know, didn't let that Galio get on top of their teammates, or maybe did the Soul Shackle to keep the carries alive a little bit longer, or if they just played more together as a unit and didn't split up. You saw that's when Team DN1 was when they split up the fights into these, little 2v2s or 3v3 scenarios. Like they start off as
Yeah,
a big team fight and then they would split up, right?
yeah,
But then when you saw team Cal Gold, they actually saw their wins in their team fight when they were all together, when they were all on the same page. They all were on the same target. We saw that
Mm,
win at the mid inhibitor fight. So just
yeah.
playing to your comp again, like we saw in the first game, the Hecarim goes forward, the Orianna plays back, and then there's just that disconnect. And as long as everyone focuses the same target, that's how you're going to get your victories.
Yeah, and then I guess the difference of like game one and game two is like you were saying, just to harp on a little bit more, Cal Gold. Cal Gold was there for the moments where some of their members were about to get picked, but unfortunately, they're in the top lane. What they were able to get choke at twice. Team DN was able to get choke at twice, and the victor once, moving all as a unit. And then Cal Gold wasn't able to rotate in time.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we're getting set up for the next game, we're going to hear a quick word from our sponsors. We want to say thank you again to Corsair Gaming for sponsoring this wonderful event and moving us forward to game 3 of the winners finals. We'll see you guys in a little. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going into draft for game 3 of the winners finals. Winner of this moves on to the grand finals. Losers has to go through the lower end of the bracket to make their redemption story come true. Fantastic, Fat Man. Welcome back to the cast. We see right away Kaisa and Seraphine. These guys are not getting through.
Oh, that's definitely detrimental. I wonder why Seraphine. I wonder why Seraphine keeps getting banned. Is there something that we don't know? Is this or is just Seraphine just such just a strong pick? I mean, she has the heals, she has the shields. Her ultimate can be way game changing, especially the range if you line it up with allies. It gets pretty insane. So I think I heard it was like a 60% win rate champion. Someone told me that. I forgot who, but Seraphine was like a 60% win rate champion and yet to be nerfed. So definitely maybe Sona. Maybe we'll see Sona in
We will
place.
not be seeing Sona anytime soon, my friend. But it looks like we have a little bit of trouble with the draft, so we're going to be restarting it from scratch.
Oh,
And I mean, we didn't get very far into it. We didn't see any champions picked. We just saw the normal Kaisa Seraphine ban.
okay.
So it's going to be interesting to see what comes up here. Anything in particular you think we're going to be taking off of the table?
Mordekaiser. I think Mordekaiser was probably going to be the one that's going to be taken off, unless they go ahead and decide onto the Grays. But I don't think the champions themselves were the problem. I think more of the rotation and the way Team DN utilized them was the problem. But nonetheless, they still might want to go ahead and get rid of them. What I'm interested to see is what Cal Gold is going to prioritize as the first pick. We'll see what they can get through.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last game first pick. Do you recall what the first pick was in the first game? It was the Hecarim? No, it was not the Hecarim because they were on red side. So Cal Gold opting for blue side. It looks like this game. So they do have a priority pick in mind that they do want to take away. Again, same bands taking away the Karthus from Straws. We'll see if they're going to leave the Hecarim open or if they're going to take the Graves away. And that's the decision they have to make right now.
Yeah, that was some pretty good pathing from the Graves. You definitely don't want to see a Carthus with good pathing because then you're going to be seeing a lot of strong ultimates from the jungle. If you could affect the game without being there, that's definitely something you don't want to deal with. And then looks like same bans for Cal Gold, Kaisa, Karthus, Hecarim. All right. Let's go ahead and see. So Seraphine, Senna, Udyr. Ooh, Talia eats up camps incredibly well. The Weaver's Wall can be detrimental to a team fight.
Yeah,
Definitely
that's
helps out
CC
objective.
stacking. that CC stacking can be so detrimental. I mean, the
Yeah.
wall will split up the fights, kind of like we saw. That's pretty much how these games have been won, right? Once
Hmm.
you're able to split up the fights, who's able to take the better 2v2 or 3v3, or even create these like 4v5 or 3v5 situations, and Talia Wall can definitely do that. Let's see who they pick it with. If they opt to put it in the hands of like a Twisted Fate combo or maybe a Renekton combo. But Team DN looking for the Olaf, so they are looking to take
Ooh.
that away from Cal Gold and run it back with the Olaf. That's pretty interesting.
Why will Talia be flexed into mid or support? Is that what they're thinking? That they're just gonna go ahead and go all off and solidify that into the jungle role?
I don't think so because Talia faced a pretty significant nerf. Or when the Q got reworked, the Q doesn't do the AOE damage like it used to. It's only single target damage,
Yeah.
and that made Talia a significantly worse pick in the mid lane. So I'm pretty sure that has to be a Talia jungle.
Oh yeah, most definitely. That's what I'm thinking as well. I was just making sure, just in case. But here we have Samira picked up, and I thought that would have been a way better hyper carry than Zaya. So we're definitely going to be seeing the combos. A little bit of a fighting game fanatic myself. So seeing that S tier going into that ultimate, that's some top notch combos I like to see. In response though, I don't know. I don't. Oh man, I don't know. Oh, Swain Kalista.
Yeah, that's
That's right.
definitely not a Swain, I think, because that went all the way down to 0 before they picked it. So Swain is Callista.
Okay, that makes sense.
And now we need to see what else is going to happen here. I mean, game 3 on the line, we'll see if they do it, if they honor it or not. I mean, but if I'm playing in this tournament, I want to show that Pro Draft didn't win me the game. I wanted to win the game myself.
That's right. I'm definitely not with that. Hey, you chose Swain as far as my book shows. No, it's too messed up. Too messed up. That's unsportsmanlike. Okay, all right. I respect it. Callista, that's one thing that went ahead and went through the bans this time, and that Callista Rail combo. That's what I mentioned in game one. That's nasty. You do not want to see that Callista Rail combo, especially since Rail has a dash of her own, and she's so beefy and so tanky. Just with their kit alone, it's gonna be very hard to deal with. Ooh, but Alistar Samira, nice duo themselves.
Yeah, that's the trademark companion for Samira and the bot lane as of
Oh
right
yeah.
now. Samira just able to go in and out of everything. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, and just do so much damage in an AoE circle. Just want to say it's
Yeah.
a little bit different than the Xayah in terms of shredding apart. Xayah kind of played the more front to back kind of style, but Samira wants to get in and get into the middle of the team. So we'll see if Team DN has the comp together, if they have the coordination to go in as 5, or if Cal Gold will be able to split them up as we've seen previously.
Yeah, I kind of like the Samira pick even more now, especially since like if they're gonna play front to back, Rel can go ahead and basically nullify that. If she gets into the middle of your team, she's gonna be able to stun whoever's behind her with that bond that she has with the ADC, and then also Samira, what she could go ahead and do into the bot lane is she can help Alistar make sure he gets that stun with his E by juggling whatever CC champion she gets. So we'll see. We'll see what's in store. Greg is being taken off. Are they gonna go with the Cho'Gath ban?
I don't think so. I don't think they see it as much of a problem. Like in game 1, Cho'Gath wasn't really the problem as much as it was the other team, kind of like the other places of the map falling apart around them.
Yeah.
So I'd be really surprised to see a Cho'Gath ban. They might take it out just to be effective with it, or just to take away a comfort pick. But
Ooh.
Pantheon being the ban here, and I haven't seen a Pantheon ban in this series before, so that's pretty crazy. But Galio coming out from the side of Cal Gold, they do not want Galio to be able to split up the fight like they did beforehand.
Okay, so we might look at a Oriana Victor potential mid lane. Don't know how well Victor does against Oriana. Oriana definitely could be a game changer with the Shockwave. Mid lane and top lane are the remaining lanes for both teams. Counter pick definitely is going to be left to the top or the mid lane. Call it right now.
I think it's going to be left to the top lane because Mordekaiser just did so much work against the Cho'Gath right here. That's how they had all that pressure and essentially made the game a 4v5. I'm sorry to say it, Cho'Gath, but that's kind of how it happened.
Oof.
So we'll see what happens. And this is going to go again to one of those auto locks. What are they going to say it is in the chat? Renekton. So it's going to be a Renekton pick. So they're taking away the Renekton Talia combo. So let's see what they pick into the top lane in order to kind of mitigate that Renekton pick, who is a very powerful pick right now, is a very strong duelist.
Oh yeah. Oh wait, Renekton's on Team DN, right?
Yeah, that
Okay.
Renekton is in place of Xerath.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see it.
Ooh, the Cho'Gath again.
Cho'Gath. Okay, Renekton's going to be able to really duel out the Cho'Gath. So, like I said, the one way to go ahead and nullify that sustain is to make sure Cho'Gath does not touch the minions, because that's where his passive really comes into play. The health percentage on the E, though, is pretty nasty onto the Renekton. We'll see if he has to go ahead and mitigate that by leveling up the Q first and trying to get that sustain going. I know when you build up a nice wave and hit the champion, you beef what's with the enraged Q, it heals up a lot, and that's an Echo. Ooh, in the mid lane.
Yeah, so we see I forgot his name already. Stabsy. Stabsy
Savage.
looking to play with the Echo a little bit, so he wants to put the game on his back. And kind of interesting to see Echo played into this. I don't really see
Ooh, is that a
Mordekaiser run backs.
Renekton mid?
It's a Renekton mid, I believe. And that's going to be pretty huge. Renekton mid onto something like the Echo. I don't really see a good combo for the Talia apart from the Cho'Gath Rupture or maybe Rel. It's going to be really interesting to see how these team fights play out.
If there's one team that could do it, they proved it in game one. It's Cal Gold. We saw a bunch of CC that kind of needed their own setup, but once one landed, they were able to layer it on top of, just layer it, and then it ended up becoming a beautiful synergized team fight. So again, we're seeing a little bit of a team comp that needs some setup. Team Cal Gold could be the team to really pull it off.
They could be. I just don't know how Echo is going to burst anyone in particular. I mean, getting on the Samira, he has to go through the Alistar. Renekton, Mordekaiser, Olaf, I don't really see him bursting those champions either, so I don't know how effective this Echo is going to be unless he just pops off tremendously in the first parts of the game.
Yeah, we'll see. The roaming is what I would like to see from Stabsy. We saw incredible roams through the Yone. We'll see if he can do the same thing with Echo. The tower dives are definitely going to be easier with an Echo. He has the ultimate, the Chrono Break, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Chrono Breaker to help him get out of there. The same effect that we thought Kalista had. They have Kalista with Rel. So if the bot lane rotates over, they might potentially have a even better turret dive there, where they have two champions to really bring them back out of harm's way.
Yeah, the Echo setting the tower dive up for the rail. We saw Cal Gold in earlier games. They are willing to make the tower dive happen. And Team DN here, I mean, it's an in-your-face comp. It's all or nothing pretty much. I don't really know if there's enough to spread them apart. So
Yeah.
Cal Gold, it's are they going to be able to extend these fights and have it go long enough for Kalista and Talia to get all of this damage off? And can Echo do enough to split the team fight apart?
Exactly. Olaf has a nice target in Talia. Once one of those axes hit, Talia's not going to be able to really get away from the Olaf. Her one CC to help shove away anyone trying to blitz her is basically nullified by the Ragnarok. So that's going to be interesting to see in skirmishes. Not full-fledged team fights. Kalista kind of appeals for herself with the jump. Really gets nullified by slows, but nonetheless, we'll see how the both teams can execute it, because like we saw from game one and game two, is that these teams can really synergize together well and really run away with the game. So I can't wait to see it. How much time we got left before we hit the rift?
We got about 3 minutes until we hit the rift. So right before we go on, I just got to say here, my prediction, Fantastic Fat Man, what do you think here? I think whoever's ahead by 10 or 15 minutes wins the game.
uh, that's been pretty much the case, right? For both games. Cal Gold
Wasn't so much game two.
Yeah. Cal Gold was able to strike back a lot more than Team DN did on their losses. So we'll see. Man, just looking at the team comp, the Mordekaiser, the Olaf, Samira. I really like the Samira pick. I might have to say Team DN just based off team comp wise and what we saw in game 1 and 2. I'm gonna say Team DN. Who do you got?
I think I'm on Team DN too. I think I'm on their hype train. They had the momentum going into this last game right here. I don't really know how well that Echo is going to play off. But, I mean, if the Echo can get ahead, if the Cho'Gath, like, look at that. That's a Cho'Gath Mordekaiser run back. And we saw how much Cho'Gath struggled with that in the last game. So, I
Yeah.
mean, we'll see, man. We'll see if Echo can get that lead or if Callista can get that lead. We had Callista on Cal Gold in game 1. That was supposed to be the Callista main, the pop off. Had 9-0 and 5 in game 1. So we'll see if they're able to do it again as well. But in the meantime, while we're waiting to get onto the Rift, we are going to hear again from our sponsors as we go into game 3. Winner gets an automatic ticket into the grand finals. We will see you guys shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into game 3. Winner gets a spot in the grand finals. Loser has to make their way back up. But here's something different we haven't seen so far, an invade on both or opposite sides. This is pretty interesting right here, Fantastic Fat Man. Walk us through this right now.
We're seeing double invade. You know what I mean? Definitely, they're gonna be able to get vision onto the opposite sides of the map. Both recalling. Oh no 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 no! Here we got 4 members of Team DN sticking around. Are they gonna be able to run into the Talia? I don't think so. Talia definitely gonna start the blue buff, and they're gonna go ahead and just take the red buff away. Oh
And
yeah.
pretty interesting right here. We see Renekton leaving, and they are going to take this buff. Are they going to take a look for it? Callista may look to get a ward down. I don't know if they're going to be able to see for sure that this is where they went.
That's hilarious. Both teams had potentials to go ahead and invade in game one. They decided not to. Game two, they decide again not to. And then in game three, they go opposite sides. They are they completely go across the map from each other. And oh, look at this in the mid lane.
Yeah, Stabsy getting some good damage onto Renekton here, but look at that. He has the Fury built up, so he's going to be able to sustain that up pretty easily. And we see Strauss with a red
Ooh.
buff, giving himself away right now with that mid lane gank, letting Talia know that that's where he went after that second match. And pretty low on mana, does not have the blue buff available to him, going over to his own red buff right here, and Talia maybe pathing towards the enemy blue as well.
Oh man, I'm not too sure how much I agree with that. Maybe just trying to secure the 3 buff, but no one saw Olaf. No one saw you guys take the red buff. So I would have liked to see Olaf just go straight into his blue and then work his way back to his red. Because look at this, Talia, very smart jungler, understanding that Olaf is trying to get that 3 buff start, says no, 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 I'm gonna go ahead and take your blue buff, and that is detrimental to an Olaf jungle, especially in early levels like this.
Yeah, exactly. No blue buff means no axe spam. It's going to be very difficult for Olaf to keep that going. So I really don't agree with that mid lane gank and showing himself. Just trying too hard to defend his own buff, but well done from QCOS right there to get in and get that blue buff taken. He is going to spot out that ward with the oracles. And I really am kind of disappointed in the Alistar here. Night Raven, I mean, just by leaving and showing presence on the blue lane, that may have done enough to buy him time to get over, but I mean, it is what it is. Pathing would have fixed that mistake easily, but they decided not to.
Oh yeah, but it looks like Night Raven's gonna stick around with Olaf and make sure he gets that scuttle. But yeah. Oh, look at that! They know that he dipped from the Grump. They just by the CS numbers, he has 4 camps, red buff, Raptors. They saw him miss the blue. Whoa, they're definitely taking advantage of this padding by Strauss here.
A very calculated play from Berkeley so far. We do see a gold lead start to build somewhere around the map. I'm trying to find it. Mid lane and top lane. We knew that top lane matchup was difficult from the last match. Really surprised that they let that one through, opting to pick the Cho'Gath again. And it's kind of what you said, FFM. It's comfort over everything. So Paga's
Yeah.
champion going with that comfort dinosaur pick.
100%. And then here, Olaf is able to get a rubber banded Gromp though, so that's gonna help out a little bit on the XP department, especially since he has more CS. He's picking up the first rubber banded camp, meaning he's gonna be able to recall with a little bit more gold and XP.
Yeah, so something interesting if we're tracking this jungle matchup is he went enemy red into Raptors, and then he took his own Raptors. So that's why he's so far ahead in farm right now, was just by taking all the little mini camps. But he gives up the level 1 Gromp in order to take the level 2 on the opposite side of the map. Overall, a pretty good win for him. But look at this mid lane fight right here. We see Renekton goes forward, has the slicing dice, goes forward, puts down the Q, not able to take down
Ooh.
the fight. Talia flashes forward, puts out the rocks and is trying to throw it at him, but is not going to be successful. Doesn't land the knockup as well. And so far we have flash for flash, mid for Talia. We'll see if Olaf tries to take advantage of that. Does have the
Um,
teleport, so is going to be able to come back in the lane, or they may just give it over to Strauss on the Olaf. Oh no,
um,
Renekton stays around. He's able to catch this entire wave.
well done. Shares a little bit of XP with the Olaf, not too much though. And then he's gonna be able to stick around and make sure he doesn't miss out on the level 6 along with Echo.
Hey, but
Oh.
look at this. Knowing that Talia does not have the flash available, opts to go for the level 4 dragon with just a pickaxe in his inventory. So not a lot of HP, but he does have the damage to put it down. Pretty much a full mana bar right here. And this is what we talked about, just accelerating the dragons. Now it's Team DN's turn
Oh.
to get a head start on it.
Yeah, and then look at Callista really understanding the Hella Blades proc with the Rand. Samira drops down to only a fourth of health. They're still going to be able to secure early Inferno Dragon. That's well received by Team DN. I wonder what the second dragon's going to be. And oh, level 6 already up in the top lane fight.
Yeah, Pog
Ooh.
is finally level 6 himself, but he's trying his best to dodge, lands the Rupture, and is able to flash out, but here's the follow-up by Pap John. Does not
Ooh.
have the cooldowns to lock it up. Poggest champion with the Poggest play in the top lane.
I think he wanted the passive to slowly burn the Cho'Gath because he was in range. Oh, we'll talk about that right now. Mid lane? No, nothing too much. So as I was saying, I think what Pop John was trying to do is just flash in range of his passive to slowly tick him down, but the minion blocks
Hey, but
helped him get
Olaf's
enough
here.
distance.
not level 6 on the Renekton, but some huge HP. They bait the teleport out of the Cho'Gath and the flash being forced out of Straw. So summoner for summoner in the mid lane. We are seeing action all across the map this game. This is probably the best 0-0 game I've casted ever.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of fights. We're seeing a lot of action. The invades and the junglers kind of answering back on their pathing. You take my Gromp, you're in the lead. I take your rubber band Gromp, now I'm in the lead. They're just kind of answering back and forth. Some haymakers. You love to see these kind of games. Oh, the
Yeah, and the
wave though.
mid lane fight going. I mean, not totally as I expected. Stabsy able to land a lot of damage and still keep the pressure on the Renekton, but we're getting to the point right now where Renekton has enough levels in his queue and he has that whip to keep himself nice and healthy. So Stabsy can go in again and again and again, but that damage is not going to stick.
No, it is not. The sustain from the Renekton definitely coming through, especially with the enraged Q. Olaf sticking around in the top lane, deciding to go for the red buff. Probably recall after that. Definitely looking to go ahead and get a couple more item sets from there. What I'm trying to see is the CS difference on the mid lane there, 69 to 57. That's 12 CS. That's a whole what 2 ways ahead.
Yeah,
That's
2 waves.
that's pretty scary, especially on a Renekton. You don't want him to really get his first item and then start bullying the Echo to the point where he's got to start using the chrono break so defensively.
Ooh, Rupture used by the Cho'Gath a little preemptively. Here comes Straws. They know that there's no flash on the Cho'Gath.
Oh,
And here we go. Here comes the damage. Ragnarok popped by the Olaf, and this might be the first blood. It is the first blood as Olaf sends the dinosaur to the butcher shop and gets the first kill of the game.
woo! Team DN striking first, like we've seen them in all three of the games. Will they be able to hold the lead though? That's where Cal Gold is most dangerous when they go ahead and
Oh,
reinitiate things.
look at this right here on the bot lane. They're spotting out the Talia right here. They see the blue buff is gone, but look at that pathing from the Talia. Looks like they're able to get off the
Oh,
flash forward by Night Raven, able to get the knock up, and here comes the Samira trying to build it up. Here we come. The damage is going off. Here's the pop off from the Samira, takes down the second one. Kapari gets a kill for himself, and Echo forced to run away after expending the teleport. Great read from by Night Raven and one Tyler right there to catch them in their jungle and really punishing the Talia.
great work. Night Raven this time has a companion on his roams, and that's one Tyler. And one Tyler pops off on the Samira, gets a nice ultimate, melting 2 members of Cal Gold, able to pick up 1 kill, and then flash expended by the rail. Oh, replay. Here we go. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you see
Oh,
Talia just getting caught out. No flash on that earlier gank in the bot lane. And Samira, they just can't put the damage down onto him with the wind wall and everything. Just gets the combo up, and there we go. Kalista just gets deleted.
oh man, I don't know if I like the positioning that Cal Gold took on trying to help out the Talia, possibly just going into that ravine, that entrance. They both decided to jump on over and take the fight to them, but oh, it ended up being detrimental. And now Team DN is 3 kills up and 3K gold up. Oh, but look at this.
Yeah, here comes the death round. They took him out of rupture range as well, and Paga's champion just on the range, and Straws is just waiting for his meal.
Ooh.
Pop John just going to take it down himself. So assist does go over to the Olaf right here. He does get the XP, and here we see them just running down the Cho'Gath again. Very questionable from them to see that happen.
Oh, look at the mid lane. Oh, unsuccessful. The slice and dice able to get Renekton to safety.
Yeah, they just don't have that point and click lockdown to make the Talia effective. They just don't have the combo ready for it.
Yep. I mean, we were a little bit of skeptical in the first game, but I think in the second game, I mean, in the third game here, Cal Gold truly does not have the setup for it, and Echo unfortunately unable to get that stun. Oh man, and Talia unable to really do anything with those ganks. 010, 62 CS,
They're
Olaf
looking for it.
71.
They're
Oh,
catching them out of position. Night Raven goes forward, gets the knockup, and gets the damage down. And look at Talia, almost
ooh.
popped instantly. Ragnarok is used from the Olaf. He's moving forward, and it wears out. Night Raven does not have his ultimate either. One Tyler not able to get the ultimate off in that team fight, but they have enough pressure to turn their eyes on the dragon.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be an easy dragon. 3 members of Cal Gold having a recall, and that is Cloud and Infernal. Cloud, not the best singular dragon to have, but definitely, definitely a good utility for Olaf. You know, Mordekaiser, the ultimate. CDR is always helpful. So well done. Not on the Samira though. You know, 3 second. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm really, really surprised that they opted to pick the Cho'Gath into the Mordekaiser. I think that's how it happened, right? No, they picked the Renekton first. So they
Yeah.
baited the top lane pick.
Yep.
That was so five head, so five head from Team DN right here. They put the Renekton up and they say, okay, we're gonna flex this and see where it goes. They bait the Cho'Gath out again and they say, all right, are you ready for round two? And Mordekaiser just plays his guitar in the top lane all he wants, has that top wave building, and they have to know that this is coming. This has happened again and again. They're actually going to call off the dive because last time they tried for too many dives, it didn't work, and they made the game a lot harder than it needed to be. So they're just going to take their time with this game right now.
Exactly. They're in a very comfy, comfy position right here with 4 kill lead and also
Oh,
4K gold lead. Oh,
call
we
me a
spoke too
liar.
soon. Night
Call
Raven.
me a
Night
liar. Here
Raven's
it
the
comes.
difference.
Alistar goes forward, lands a knockup onto the Cho'Gath, and here comes Papjon tanking it up. Alistar gets out and away, and they're going to end up trading 1-for-1. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we see Samira goes ham 1v2 by themselves and takes them down. One Tyler just popping off,
No, no,
and
I
this
think
game is
Renekton was
looking very
there.
bleak.
I think Renekton was there. I think Renekton helped him in the bot lane. He's rotating away from the bot lane, and also I think he was the one who picked up the kill. All right,
All
we're gonna
right,
go ahead and get the replay. We'll see. I think I rolled dice on Renekton. Okay, nice tower dive. Ooh, incredible ultimate. And yep,
yeah.
Renekton is there. Oh no, well, it doesn't really matter. The tower dive was already turned around by one Tyler.
Yeah, he was just there for insurance just to pick up and clean up the kill, but one Tyler did the
Huh.
majority work on himself, so
Yeah.
definitely lifting it up. And they're trying a lane swap right here. Echo goes into the top lane, but
Oh,
Pop John not going to be... Oh, look at that! Smashes
jeez.
him down, gets that solo damage on the Q. And
That
Echo permanently sent to the Shadow Realm and to his death as this game is just falling apart right now. 5,000 gold lead for the side of Team DN, and that top lane Mordekaiser pick, still such a five-head play.
like you said, he's shredding his guitar. You know, he's shredding rifts and shredding members of Calgold. I think he's a little too online rift maker. Merc treads. There's really nothing both top lane and mid lane can do. So hopefully they need to get the bot lane roamed out of there as soon as the plates go down. 2 seconds left. So we'll see who goes ahead and matches up with the Samira Alistar. I would hope probably maybe Cho'Gath try to wave clear and then just stay safe under the turret, but it's easier said than done.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Night Raven right now, just anticipating a combo to
Oh,
come, but they're being
look
very
at that.
disciplined with it. Talia is here, and look at that. They don't look for the fight, but he flashes forward, gets the headbutt in the second knockup from one Tyler comes, and it's a 3v3. Here comes Strauss, and he's looking to secure this fight. Goes unstoppable with the Ragnarok, and is going to take down the Callista. And here we go. One Tyler pops off with the ultimate, gets one, gets two.
Woo!
Double kill for Olaf, and this game is all but over as Team DN just steamrolls the bot lane fight.
Oh man, if we're playing Marvel vs. Capcom 3, that would definitely be a fantastic combo. All those hits, ultimate able to melt down all of them. Olaf, what great timing. Talia and Cal Gold thought they had a incredible cheeky play, but unfortunately, Olaf himself, one of the Norse gods himself comes in and basically turns that whole team fight around. Team DN are running away with this game, 8K gold lead. Oh, this is scary.
Yeah, you just can't play standard anymore. This is where you got to start pulling all the tricks out. You got to basically like sit outside their wall, basically where the Olaf is right now, and just try to get a pick and work your way back into the game. Look at the shutdowns on the Samira, on the Olaf, on the Renekton. You know, Renekton's had a pretty quiet game, but his job was just to shut down the Echo, and Echo hasn't really been able to do much of anything this game either, besides farm up. So it's going to be hard for Echo to be super effective overall. I mean, he did well on the Yone, you know, with the diving champion. Last game he was playing the Victor, again did pretty well, but wasn't able to put agency. So you could tell the mid laner Stabsy, he wanted to take the game into his hands, but that draft was not it for Echo. It was just not saying Echo at all.
No, it was not. Oh man, Cal Gold. What can they do to really get back into this? I mean, Cho'Gath has the CC. Talia has the wave clear potentially. So along with Echo, Kalista might be their silver lining, but she is 0-3, and then she still has yet to build an item. Ocean Drake is the soul of the game, and they're gonna be able to pick it up and get Soul Point. Well, this is
Yeah.
looking scary.
And take a look at Alistar. He's just chilling on the other side, not even opting to be with his team. because he knows how much he could live here. But look at this. Kapari gets caught out just a little bit. Stabsy goes forward, and there's that
Oh,
big burst, that damage coming out. Kapari is able to heal up most of it, but the chrono break sees Echo come back, get a shutdown on the Renekton. That's 200 extra gold in his pocket. And here comes Straws. Samira is waiting for the flank. Have you ever seen an AD carry flank before? I have. Night Raven flashes away, but here comes one Tyler trying to put off the damage. It's a 2v4 right now. And the Kalista ultimate comes forward, and he is not stopping here. Here comes the Talia wall over the back, but Kalista goes too far forward without the team, and one Tyler turns it around with the Olaf. Strauss picks up a kill for himself too, and they're looking to hunt down this Talia. Lands the Ragnarok, there's the slow, forces the flash, but here comes another one. The dash forward from one Tyler. They're able to take him down. One Tyler is unstoppable on the Samira. Kalista trying a little too hard to turn the game around in their favor.
You go with your comfort, I go with mine. You know, you take the low road, I take the high. And then one Tyler with the Samira, incredibly well done. A little choppy there with the combo, didn't quite set it off, but once Samira got it, it just went it just went all in favor of Team DN there. And oh man, again, just running away with this lead. Cal Gold had the victory, but they did not want to just stop. They wanted more, and they bit off more than they can chew.
All right, we're gonna take a look at our replay right here. Coming up, we see this bot lane fight. Just look at how patient the Samira is. Has the combo almost completely stacked, and as soon as they see Kalista without the team, boom.
There it is. Oh my god. Rel melted. They see Talia was out trying to flank, using the Weaver's wall to help secure it. And look at that. Undertow after undertow. You hate to see it.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the idea was there to continue the fight, but the rest of the team just wasn't up there with him. Kalista was stepping up a little bit too forward, and they thought the team was going to be with them. Didn't have the Fate's Call available to send the rail into the fight for them, and they just got turned on and popped.
Yeah, unfortunate for Cal Gold, but not out of this game entirely. Definitely in a very, very detrimental state of the game, though. We'll see what they can do. Like I said, they have the wave clear management. I think they kind of just got to turtle in and out, and really utilize these waves, because I mean, Team DN is not freezing. They're pretty much just always shoving, just ping pong the waves so you get like an item or two more, and then be able to capitalize off of it.
Yeah, set up your vision around your inner turret so that way you can see if the dive is incoming, and maybe just try to freeze it. Maybe stop sending XP back to them and try to get some damage done, or damage control done to stop the XP from bleeding out. I mean, Echo's still a level above the Renekton right here, so is able to keep some levels here. Goes forward onto the Renekton. We're going to see a 1v1. Rel is on the way, but we see Renekton able to slice and dice his way out. Is going to stay safe, has that tower available to him. And there's the play that Cal was looking for. They wanted to keep picking on this Renekton again, but just so, not tanky, but just able to sustain up all the damage with the Q and with the Gore Whip.
Yeah,
Gore Drinker, excuse me.
Is it Gore Drinker? I think the first part of it is Gore. Oh, no, it's already Gore Drinker. My bad.
Yeah, they finished it up 20 minutes into the game. I'd hope they have their completed items, especially with the kind of lead they have. We still see members of the other team, Cal, still struggling to complete their first item. Rel doesn't have their first item complete yet, but did finish the Kraken Slayer, the core mythic items, I guess you could say, for the side of Cal Berkeley. So those item spikes might be enough to kind of help them get back in, but they're just so far behind in terms of total gold. Samira has the Essence Reaver completed already. Sterix completed on the Renekton, and the Olaf just so far ahead in terms of items completed. And the Soul is coming up in the next few seconds as well.
Yeah, this is scary. I mean, Cal Gold limped their way to their mythic items. Meanwhile, Team DN is just strolling on into their second item spike. Here we got Mordekaiser trying to bully the Cho'Gath. Yeah, no one can really answer the Mordekaiser right now. They kind of got to go full, what's it called? The full team. They kind of got to dive the Mordekaiser if they decide to.
Yeah, and look at that. Stabsy trying to be a little cheesy for that Renekton up here. Teleport coming in from the Mordekaiser, looking to take this 2v2. So baiting out the teleport from Team DN. It's a small victory right now, but we'll see if that fight continues. We see them being chased back into their own jungle as the dragon spawns in the next 10 seconds. And that's an Ocean Soul. I don't think you'll be able to kill a Samira with Ocean Soul. As you look at Olaf, he goes forward, uses that Gore Drinker, and pops the Ragnarok, is trying to go on to the Kalista. Flash forward from Night Raven to secure the kill. What a play from Alistar. Straws takes it down, and they're going to make their way and take the Ocean Soul for themselves.
That was looking like it could have been turned. I mean, Callista was stacking all those spears. The rend was available, but Night Raven on hero mode, full sword into that Callista and secured the kill. Well done. And then that's
Ooh.
Ocean Soul.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Night
Ocean
Raven
Red Bull
gets took
Soul.
out. I mean, they're on
Oh.
the soul. There's no reason for you to go get vision right now. So a little bit of a misplay from Night Raven. He's just feeling himself a little too much after that last play. Hopefully, it's enough to get him kind of calm and collected, as
Yeah.
they're going to back for their items, and I think they're going to be playing around the Baron next.
Oh yeah, Baron next objective. Yeah, he got a little too hyped. He's like, who's the next contender? Come on, come get some. Got a little lost in the sauce. It's easy to do that. No worries. Just go ahead and recalculate yourself, and then Team DN with the Red Bull Ocean Soul. Oh man, let's see what we could go ahead and see from Cal Gold. Callista's their only silver lining. In my opinion, they really just got to try to play front to back and let Callista rack up those stacks and get the Rens off.
Yeah, but it's really hard to kind of keep them off. I mean, Ragnarok is popped, and there's nothing that you can do about it. Alistar just goes in, and then once you use all of your cooldowns on those two in front, I mean, what are you going to do for Samira? What happens when Samira gets on you? So they're going to start up this Baron right now and try to use this to close out the game. They're going to look to not make any mistakes like they did last time. A pretty clean mid game from Team DN. We see the TP being used bot lane, so they're looking to pick this Renekton right here. So consciously giving up the Baron, looking for this fight. And we see a slice and dice goes backwards. He dodges the rupture, flash forward, uses the proto belt, and here comes Renekton trying to get out, but they use everything. They throw the kitchen sink at the alligator, and he is just taking so much damage right now. We see Stabsy gets the kill for himself, a 3-1 Echo right now, so he's pretty strong, but I don't know if that Echo is strong enough to take on the rest of this team.
Oh man, he could go ahead and be the difference maker. He has the AoE stun available. Team DN lines up in the wrong time. But Samira, way too slippery. Mordekaiser just death throw somebody. Ragnarok stops all CC. It's like they have all the answers for the silver linings of Cal Gold, but incredibly well done. They made sure to make the most out of where they knew Team DN was at. They knew Team DN was at Baron. They said, hey, let's make a play onto this Renekton and actually just try to get pennies to the dollar,
Yeah, and we see Samira farming their way up. I believe the next back they make, they're going to have that Infinity Edge completed, and then it's going to be a really bad time for the rest of them. I mean, look at Callista. Usually your second item is something like a Runaan's Hurricane. Having to go for that Mortal Reminder to help with that heal cut on the Renekton, on the Olaf, on the Mordekaiser. There's just so much healing that comes out of the other team. And Callista, you can only hit one target as Callista. You don't have any AoE abilities. That being the only kind of AoE besides the Bramble Vest on the Cho'Gath, which at this point we can all just ignore.
Exactly. That's the tough part about Bramble. You need people to go ahead and hit you. Oh man, Mortal Reminder instead of the Hurricanes. Oh, that's got to be tough, especially as being a Callista. You want to be able to spread out those spears. You want to stack up as much as you can, especially if you're fighting around a minion wave. You get a rend reset off of a minion. You're able to get a rend reset off of a champion as well. So just a couple of plays that are getting nullified here from Team DN's soul and healing from abilities.
Yeah, and here's that Anaconda squeeze that you're talking about, crashing all three waves, all three lanes at the same time. Renekton, the only one without the Baron buff right now, still have another 50 seconds or so on that Baron. And we'll see how they opt to break this up. Mordekaiser may be collapsed on right now. Stabsy stepping up a little bit. Guess he is not able to land anything. And they're going to use this time to go forward onto the Cho'Gath yet again. They are picking on the poor guy. Rupture lands onto the Alistar, and here comes the wall to separate the fight. This might be the fight that Cal has to get back into the game. Ragnarok taking off four. Olaf trying to take up so much damage, but here comes the Tyler in the middle of everyone, popping off with the ultimate. There's one too, but he's going to fall to the tower overall. Shutdown goes on to Talia. There are still two members alive. Echo and Talia are alive right now, but is it going to be enough to hold it off? Mordekaiser's still alive himself.
This might be the game.
Big knockup from Talia right now, and they move forward. Kopari goes over to put the pressure down and makes them back off. They're going to turn their sights into the second tower right now. Strauss is tanking it up, but he just has so much HP, it's not really going to matter. They keep whacking at it. Strauss forced to limp away right now. 10-second death timer on Callista right here, but they get the Nexus tower down, and they're stepping back. Stabsy doing his best to make this happen. Kopari is doing his best to heal up, but
Look
here
at
comes
Rebel.
Stabsy again. He gets a killing spree
Oh,
onto the Renekton right here, and they're able to buy some time. Mordekaiser takes down the Talia, but here comes Stabsy. Does he going to be able to get inside the parallel convergence? He does! He gets the shield and is able to live it up, but it's not. Night Raven takes him down.
oh,
Tap John is putting down the damage. Here comes the Fate's Call to pull the Rel out and back in. Kalista doing the best to kite away, but unstoppable yet again is the Olaf. Here comes the combo again to lock up the Kalista, who flashes out and is still alive. We see a huge damage. They're all focusing their talents and all of their abilities on the Cho'Gath, and there is one person left. Kalista is the last one standing. Don't think it's going to be enough. We see Alistar is just going to zone them out. We see huge damage coming out from Pop John again as Olaf sets his sights on the Nexus. He's done. He wants to go to lunch as he sees his way into the grand finals after a convincing Game 3.
Team DN coming out on this game 3. Cal Gold, unfortunately, gets a defeat. And oh man, the tenacity of both the jungler of Cal Gold and the mid laner. They were really trying to save this game. They're like, take one inhibitor, that's fine. Take two, take three, take the Nexus turrets. But as long as we are still in this game, that is all I want. And unfortunately, the hero play could not be cannot be fully seen, and he goes down in the top lane. Kalista went for the Mortal Reminder instead of the Hurricanes. Now looking back at it, I think that might have been that might have been a bad item buy, just because she had a little bit of a flank. She had a good angle on that last bot fight where it was again 5v4, and if she had the Hurricane the Runans, I think it would have been a different story. All those arrows, all those lances, whatever you want to call them, being built onto the enemy team could have been the game changer. But Team DN, shout out to Team DN. Oh my god, congrats.
And I still just can't get over that draft, picking the Renekton and baiting out the Cho'Gath pick yet again. Really would have liked to see Cal on the other side. We saw that they had an answer for the Cho'Gath, and they thought, oh, they're looking in terms of matchup, but they weren't looking in terms of like the overall picture of what they had to deal with. Um,
Yeah.
what an exciting fight at the end, though. I mean, Cal really showing their team fighting ability to try to make something happen here. But I mean, the gold lead was just too insurmountable at the end of the day. Congrats to Team DN. I mean, I thought for sure it was over for them once they kind of gave up their gold lead in game 2, but they had a very clean end game. You can tell they woke up and they got better as the series went on, and that's what you want to see. You want to be playing your best League of Legends right now because you only got 3 games away from being crowned the tournament of the SoCal Snowdown tournament. So,
Yeah.
final
Well,
thoughts, Fantastic Fat Man?
I think TDN only has one more series to get through, right? Only one more series. Winners if lower bracket doesn't reset the bracket, Team DN just needs one to get through one series. There is no bracket reset, so okay, there's not even a chance for that. It's do or die on this next series. Congratulations, DM. My final thoughts. Calgold, don't yeah, their spirits can't be hurt too much because there's lower bracket. They get a run back, they get the redemption story, and then they could go ahead and get their vengeance in the grand final where it truly counts. Team DN, they're gonna be coasting on in. They're gonna be watching whoever their opponent is, and then they're gonna be able to go ahead and relax, be able to wind down and see who their opponent is. Who do we have on this next one? What's next to be streamed?
I'm not 100% sure. Real quick, we'll wait until we hear from our producers about that. In the meantime, something I just wanted to touch on right now is the fact that they were able to. I'm just really concerned why they didn't pick Yone at the beginning. We saw that Yone was picked first, I believe, or in the first round he played it against an Orianna. I don't know exactly what mid laner he was scared of facing, but we saw just how comfortable Stabsy was on that and how the team was able to play around that Yone pick in game 1. So I'm
Mhm.
really surprised that they went into the second round of bans without picking that up. We know that's a comfort pick for Stabsy. And I mean, we saw his echo was clean too. I mean, he was able to pop off, get some
Oh
damage
yeah.
down, was able to do a lot. But I mean, Echo at the end of the day, not really the champion that can deal with a front line like this. So really surprised that we didn't see that in the first round of picks. So Stabsy, if you're listening, I want to see you on the Swordsman again.
Yeah. Go ahead and get that synergy with the name, huh? I'm not too sure either. Maybe he just has such a plethora of options that he kind of got lost in the sauce there, where he's like, you know what, just pick me Echo, just pick me this, just pick me that. It's unfortunate to see it, but he did incredibly well on the Echo. I mean, it's not to diss on the Echo. He tried to keep the game alive so many times. They were a 10K gold lead. Team DN was. They had a 10K gold deficit, and Sabzi was still be able to make plays. You know, all of Cal Gold was still able to make plays and keep the game alive. So kudos to them. But unfortunate, they still got the run back. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them in the grand final. And yeah, that's pretty much all she wrote right there for the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, Cal Gold, they are automatically in the losers final with this one. So if they are able to
Hmm.
take down that match, we will see a run back against Team DN. But meanwhile, what's going on right now in the losers quarterfinals? We see Irvine Valley College is playing against USC Trojans, and Team Anti Alias is playing against Spartan Esports.
Oh,
So
okay.
we're gonna get the loser semifinal after that game. Cal Gold will be playing the winner of those guys, and I mean it's still up for everyone to play for.
Oh yeah, anyone's game, especially with these run back type brackets. If you just go down to the lower bracket, this is where it finally comes down to it. You know, if you're up in the upper bracket like Team DN, then you know you ain't really got to worry about anything till grand finals, and they are there, and hopefully we got way more action to come.
All right. So our next match that we will be streaming live on this channel is going to be that loser semifinal. Again, the winner of Irvine Valley College versus USC Trojan Esports will be playing the winner of Team Anti Alias and Spartan Esports. That'd be pretty funny to see the Trojans versus the Spartans. I'd like to see that just for the meme. But if it's pretty much anyone's game here. It will be a best of one semifinal, and the
Ooh,
losers final, I believe, is supposed to be a best of one as well. I'm not 100% sure. We'll go ahead and get confirmation on that as well as we look into the rules. But at the end of the day, like Cal Gold, we saw in game two, they could have had it in game two, but they eventually let it slip away and they let that Samira through. That Samira was unreal, especially when it was matched up with something like the Alistar. That combo is just so insane. And me personally, I can't wait for that Samira to get nerfed.
well, till then, we're gonna see a lot more of Samir action pop off, especially if it goes through on the side of Team DN. And yeah, best of one. Oh, that you hate to hear that kind of situation, but hey, just leave it out on the line. Just go straight team comp oriented. Don't worry about too much trying to get too tricky with your champion select. Just go for the team comp you want, get those wombo combos you need, or get those skirmishes, mechanically intensive champions you want to punish in lane, and then lay it out on the line because you only got one. You only got one shot there.
Exactly. Okay, so while we're waiting for the quarterfinal to finish up, these games are getting pretty deep into their timing right here. For Fantastic Fat Man and myself, we will be taking a small break and we will bring you that loser semifinal when that game comes due for us. So, on behalf of Corsair Gaming, our sponsors, thank you again for putting on this wonderful event. On behalf of all the producers right now for the SoCal Snowdown League of Legends, as part of our tournament, we want to thank you guys again for joining us today. We really appreciate your company, and we will see you after this break.
They say I have a grim sense of humor.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking around with me and Fantastic Fat Man. Today, we are looking at the winner of this match, moving on to the last best of one before the grand finals. We have Irvine Valley College and Spartan Esports. Fantastic Fat Man, how are you doing today? How are you feeling with everything going on so far?
I'm feeling good. We had an incredible three-game series between Team DN and Cal Gold. Now we got a best of one in the lower bracket, a super do or die match from here. Oh, from here. Sorry. From with Irvine Valley College, and then what was the other college again? UC Trojans.
It just said Spartan Esports.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's JSU. Oh, SJSU, San Jose State University. Okay, sorry, I had to go ahead and think about all those letters. All right, let's go ahead and see it. Who are we going to favor in this matchup? Look at the bands already. Lulu Rek'Sai, Seraphine Galio. What are we thinking right now? What are they trying to nullify? Any early game impressions? Some wombo combos with the Galio and the
Uh,
Seraphine.
it looks like these are probably just target bans. The only ones I could see as being the totally OP bans would be the Seraphine. Seraphine we see a lot of, and we saw that basically banned away instantly. All three games last game, by the way, when we watched that last match. So very different bans than what we've seen previously, and this is all tailored again to the other team. Uh, Basically targeting their comfort picks. And the Kaisa being banned away on red side, we know typically if you're on red side, you kind of get thrown into that Kaisa ban just because Kaisa is just so obnoxiously strong right now. And with IVC going first, an Aatrox ban would actually be very peculiar, I guess is the word I'm looking for. That's pretty early to pick an Aatrox, but they're still mousing through it, so I think they're just looking over champions right now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see it. Lilia, strong jungler right there. Oh,
Yeah, that
okay.
power farming jungler, that one that just loves to get in, get the camps, likes to go in for these little skirmishes. So this says to me right now that someone in the mid lane, they're looking to be a skirmish type champion. Could be something, like a Lucian, maybe like Fizz. Probably not something that scales like an Orianna or a Victor. They do not excel in early game skirmishes. They need to wait a little bit before they can get those their hands dirty in those kind of fights. But a misfortune pickup could be possibly taking that away from the Lilia. The bullet time does not wake up champions who are under the sleep from the Lilia ultimate. So that's
Oh,
possible, or it could just be something that they had in mind the entire time. A Jarvan ban looking to kind of nullify Lilia moving around so much, and also a great lockup for the bullet time as well.
oh yeah, that wombo combo can be fully engaged with the Cataclysm. That is a nasty combo, especially with Lilia. No dashes on the other side. Lilia not having the dash. Yeah, that's gonna definitely lock her up and not let her run amok.
Yeah,
Aatrox,
I mean,
so oh, go
That's
ahead, go ahead.
that's that's kind of like the hardest thing about Lilia is just her movement speed is so crazy. So Jarvan being able to lock her up and stop her from getting up and over places gonna do a lot for the team and being able to control the team fights. But the Aatrox pickup again pretty early in the draft. And usually Aatrox is not something that's blind picked often that we see all the way around. Isaiah pickups that play that really safe backline comp and the Gragas to knock people away. So the Jarvan and the Gragas going together is a little peculiar, but Gragas looking to sustain the Aatrox damage and to go basically nullify that top lane.
Yeah, the sustain versus sustain, Aatrox doesn't really have too much of it in the early levels, so Gragas is definitely going to have the upper hand in that. Zaya, not my favorite ADC right now. As far as like more of the lower top tier ADCs, but it still can be a credible nuisance. We saw it in the series before, and looks like a Yone ban is coming out of the side of Spartan Esports.
Yeah, that
Really.
Zaya that we saw beforehand you were talking about really struggled in the early game, but once they got going, they were able to scale incredibly well. But you're right, the Yone ban taking that away, a mid laner with a lot of agency who really thrives with that dueling potential. And a Karma ban is pretty interesting. I guess they're trying to take away that Moonstaff comp.
Yeah, Moonstaff. It was said to be the running the meta this this patch, but yeah, it's all engaged supports. Obviously, you can definitely still run it. It's still viable, so I wouldn't be surprised if Spartan Esports runs that kind of meta with their bot lane. Who's
Something interesting here. Both teams opting to leave supports open towards the end. So saying they want to pick their support to round out their team comp. Syndra Yone Band. So this tells us that they are targeting the mid laner from Irvine Valley College, who may have shown some pretty good performances on these champions. And Oriana being taken away from IVC because that Jarvan Cataclysm, Oriana Wombo Shockwave, Sad Bullet Time, Nami Tidal Wave combo would just be a little bit too much for them.
Yeah, that's that lockup, the tidal wave into the bubble, especially with the bullet sign coming through, explosive cask, also trying to nullify, keeping everybody airborne. It's pretty nasty stuff. So we'll see how they could go ahead and get through it. Zaya has the invulnerability, so that's one thing. But unfortunately for the rest of the team, they don't really got too many good escapes. Rel, on the other hand, nice engage for Irvine.
Yeah, we'll be able to lock up, jump over the Cataclysm wall, and stop the Misfortune ult from happening. Viego mid lane, that would be pretty interesting. They are able to go AD mid with that Lilia in the jungle. Blind picking Viego, still a little crazy. I know Lucian just absolutely destroys the Viego, so they go for the Victor,
Yeah.
and they're going to err on the side of controlling the team. So if they get engaged on using the gravity field and the rail to kind of create space for their carries, and who are we going to pick into the Victor? Because Victor can be punished with the appropriate dive competition. If you put on something like a Zed or like a Yasuo, it could be very damaging.
Ooh,
They're looking for a Lissandra, and
control versus control.
that could be pretty scary. So you have basically no people like the carries on the side of Irvine Valley College. They are immobile. Victor, Zaya, and Lilia basically. They're fast, but they don't have dashes or anything. So when you
Mhm.
lock them up in the Jarvan ultimate, if you get one and Lissandra passive pops off, you're almost guaranteed that Lissandra passive continues to go.
Domino effect, just
Yep,
one after another after another. Yeah,
exactly.
that could be incredibly dangerous. For the side of Spartan Esports though, they do have. I usually favor like point and click type of CC just because it's so easily executed. But with point and click CC champions, you really nullify a lot of like the other parts of the game, like the lane phase, how well they do in these team fights, other than just their CC that they have. I think that's incredibly strong pick, but I don't know how well she does in the lane phase against Victor. I think you would know more, um, being both control mages. What would you think? Lissandra has the upper hand, or
Um,
Victor does?
it's all going to be about wave management basically. Victor, once he gets that accelerated E, or the E augment, laser augment I think it's called. uh, Once he has that, he'll be able to out wave clear the Lissandra, especially if Lissandra goes for the more tanky build that sometimes Lissandras do, because they like to get into the middle of the fight and live a little bit longer.
Hmm.
Um, so if it comes down to a battle of wave clear, Victor has it. Otherwise, if they're looking to fight, Lissandra would definitely help Jarvan win these skirmishes and will help them win these team fights. So it kind of just depends on how the lane plays out. If Victor takes cleanse, it's basically feels bad man as Lissandra, because I mean it's like you use the ultimate to lock them in place, and then they just hit a button and walk away from you.
Yeah, you definitely don't like to see that, especially being ultimate, being your main ability. Here for Irvine though, I want to say their skirmishes are a little bit better, but it's just that J4, that whole cataclysm effect where you lock them in and they're forced to they're forced to use like a flash. I think Zaya's gonna go ahead and pick up the Gale Force. I don't know if the dash is big enough to go through the cataclysm walls. I have to believe it is. So maybe it's not too much of a factor, and Irvine does have the better skirmishes, but all around, I would have to say Spartan Esports has a very scary team comp.
They do. It's a classic team comp. That's a matter of put all of your abilities together. It's a great press R comp. Whereas the
Yeah.
other team, I mean, Lilia is going to kind of be like running all over the place. Aatrox kind of looks to separate people, doesn't want to get locked down. Zaya just kind of wants to peel for themselves. So they'll do good if they can survive the initial engage from Spartan Esports, and if they can catch them off guard or off ability wise, then IVC could be able to run away with it.
Okay, and then you also said there was a little bit of a rank difference. Was it Spartan Esports in the favor of that, or was it Irvine?
I just meant in general from the last game that we casted.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay,
so the ranks here for both of these teams, they look pretty similar. A lot of high plat, low diamond kind of players. So
okay.
we may not see the organization in terms of tower dives as much, or kind of like on a macro level, but they're still very skilled individual players in order to get to those ranks. So we won't see a lot of mechanical outplays or mechanical misplays, I guess I could say. But we will be seeing some pretty good League of Legends all the way across the board.
Oh yeah, and I'm definitely hyped, and I'm definitely here for it. Best of one, like we said before, lower bracket. This is to go ahead and go into the lower bracket finals, correct?
Correct. The winner of this faces Cal Gold for a chance at the grand finals, the title of the SoCal Snowdown against Team DN. But they got to feel this one first. One game at a time. This one is do or die, all or nothing. You lose this one, you are done for the weekend. So these guys are going to be throwing the kitchen sink at each other. If these are your picks right here, you're going to live or die by these picks.
Yeah, hopefully we're gonna go ahead and see a bloodbath. We want to see team fights. We want to see some high kill percentages, participation from all the teams, especially Spartan Esports that have like wombo combos at the pocket at the ready. And I'm here for it. I'm definitely here for it. And just I wanted to bring up the ranks because one thing I truly believe in is it definitely doesn't say how well you do in a coordinated team. People sometimes transcend their rank and do incredibly well when they're around people they can communicate. They're around people who think the same. Because Anami could go ahead and flash ultimate in a solo queue game, and the rest of her team won't engage with her. That'll be a completely different story here for Spartan Esports. If Nami goes ahead and tries to flash tidal wave, and then the rest of Spartan Esports is at the ready to go ahead and turn that fight around. um it's a whole different story. So that's why I wanted to go ahead and bring it up and say, you know what, ranks don't really matter when it comes down to coordinated 5v5s. It might say a little bit more on your mechanics, not but as far as your macro, your team play and coordination, it really doesn't say much. So I can't wait to see it, and like I said, I'm here for it.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't echo that loudly enough. I mean, solo queue, duo queue, it's solo duo for a reason. There's lack of communication. You're not talking about setting up plays. You're not talking about your pings aren't necessarily as clean as you actually verbalizing something to each other. You can't communicate item spikes. You can't communicate what you need. So the communication definitely a big factor in being a successful team player. Um,
um,
Overall, if you want to get to where you want to be, like solo queue is definitely important if you're trying to go big, big. But for these tournaments right here, I mean, a plat player can be just as good as a masters player as long as they're able to communicate effectively in order to control their lane.
oh yeah, and we've seen that in collegiate sports before. Because there's some collegiate teams that have been all plat and taking down master players, diamond players, field teams. So I'm here for it. Spartan Esports versus Irvine. As far as team comp goes, I think we both pretty much favored Spartan, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of on board with the Spartan. I mean, there is the possibility that if Jarvan locks up the Victor and he keeps everyone in the Cataclysm, if Jarvan keeps other people from his team in the Cataclysm as well, then Victor kind of Chaos Storm just kind of sits on them. So there
Yeah.
is potential for misplay if they don't line things up. But Spartan Esports didn't get to this point of the tournament by being bad. They got here because they are able to win the games that they need to win. And I want to see them take it to Irvine Valley College, and I want to see if Irvine Valley College can survive the burst and outplay them.
Oh yeah, and then I'm seeing in the chat, and we're gonna go ahead and see the pentakill on the MF again. So that means the member of Spartan Esports already has a pentakill on the MF. That's a scary that's a scary comment to see, just because we're talking about nice wombo combos, and I'm starting to wonder, was it Spartan Esports who I saw who had that Kennen MF beautiful wombo combo there with the bullet time and the slicing maelstrom. It's a scary comment to see. But the same thing we're saying about Spartan Esports, they're here for a reason. Irvine Valley Colleges as well, so they'll probably make these picks work, and we'll go ahead and get this game started.
All right, before we get this game started, we're going to take a quick break and hear from our sponsors at Corsair Gaming. In the meantime, stick around. We will be back in just a bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the Rift. Fantastic Fat Man and Acolyte bringing you League of Legends action in the lower brackets. Winner of this locks up third place and a chance for a spot in the grand finals. On the blue side, we have Irvine Valley College. We got Louis Reformed on the top lane on Aatrox, Dark and LOL on Lilia in the jungle, Kepi on Victor in the mid lane, Dusha Bujuo, I think I said that right, on the Xayah and the bot, with Support Fizz on the Relia. Don't get it twisted. Support Fizz is just the name in the bot lane.
Oh, and then here we have Spartan Esports on the red side with Seal on or Keel on the top lane. Oh, there's already some action. Real quick, let me get through with it. We have Seagar in the jungle, Sunleaf in the mid lane, and then we have T at ADC role, and in support we have Half Moon.
All right, and seeing a little bit of trades here and there at the beginning of this match. Lilia already trying to show that presence of going up, not being afraid to go ahead and get some damage down and run all over the J4. Not too much going to happen from it though, as we see a typical bot lane start from both junglers. We typically end up in the top lane, and this means top lane could be a very volatile matchup.
Oh yeah, that's something we can go ahead and look forward to. Or but one thing I wanted to go ahead and make note: Half Moon on the Nami. Isn't that a little bit of a name synergy? You know, the moon with the water, the waves, the tidal, the current.
I'll go with it.
All right, there we go. Maybe I'm just thinking of Avatar: The Last Airbender a little too much with the moon spirit. But here we have Nami already having her way with a little bit of poke. Rel having to be far back, otherwise take a lot of damage there in the bot lane.
Yeah, but they hit that level 2, and that's pretty much what you're trying to do if you're an aggressive killing bot like a Rel Xayah, is get that level 2 on. And looks like they even zone them off of a couple minions or a minion of XP. So that means MF and Nami may face a little bit of a CS disadvantage. Rel, in the meantime, is just going to possibly get their roam on.
Yep, and then here we have J4 going for a full clear. I actually like to see J4 super proactive, like right from the get, like one gank to, one buff to a gank. I feel like that's where he's like used tremendously. But hey, maybe they're not trying to fall behind. They're not trying to coin flip anything. They're gonna go for the full clear. Skip Krugs into the scuttle. It looks like Lilia is going for the full clear. Went for blue Gromp into wolves. Might be subjecting to the bot scuttle.
Okay, and we see here Gragas has the push on the Aatrox, so he's already here with the Jarvan. Lilia not opting for that topside scuttle, sees that they don't have Prio in the top lane and just going to move away.
Yeah. Here we have Victor already on the recall. Lissandra gonna stick around for the lane possibly. They're already pinking the bot scuttle. They're gonna see if they can try to get away with it, but the bot lane of Irvine definitely has the prio and could be the first to act.
Yeah, and we see this big bubble from Nami gets the knock up onto support Fizz right here, and they just see so much damage coming off. But we may see our early fight. Here comes the skirmish. Lilia already takes down the scuttle. J4 uses the flag and drag to get away. And so far, it looks like we're just trading opposite sides of the map. Victor looking for that early tier buy on his way back. But look here again. Lilia is around. We see a flash engage from the Rel, a root onto the Nami, but we see the huge heal come out. Flag and drag flash for the knockup, but loses it and misses it right here. And J4 has no escape. First blood goes over to Lilia. They're getting the damage down. Red buff onto the MF. One more auto attack. Sees her take it down. It's a double kill for Lilia. Meanwhile, here comes Lissandra on the backside trying to take down support Fizz. Gets a takedown onto the Xayah, but falls himself, and Lilia with a triple kill at the beginning of the game.
We're already at a kill per minute. That's 3-1, and then Lilia and Rel are looking to possibly even tower dive. Rel getting... Oh, it looks like Lilia got the turret aggro. Smite coming out, and they both survive incredibly well. Done by Irvine.
Yeah, Lilia steps up. I thought Rel was just going to initiate it and take the damage and say, okay, we're just going to go 1-for-1 and deny the XP. But no, Lilia says, let me take it, goes forward and gets 4 kills in the first 5 minutes of the game. And if Lilia knows what to do with them, this is going to be a nightmare for Trojan Esports. Spartan Esports, excuse me.
Yo, this is incredible for the Lilia. Could not have asked for a better start. The Leandris is going to be online so soon, and it's going to be melting away at Spartan Esports if they don't have an answer for it. All right.
Yeah, pulling up the replay right here. We're going to take a look at how this fight started off. insane engage coming out right here. Walk us through this fantastic Fat Man.
Yo, J4, the detrimental part of that team fight. Flag and drag flash, and Messiah did as well. He tried to get that cheeky flash knockup. Unfortunately, it did not go his way. Meanwhile, Lilia just hammering away at the bot lane of Spartan Esports. Lissandra did come, but the burst was not enough for the Rel or Zaya, having to stick around, get one more auto from the Nami to truly finish it off. And here, Lilia is healthy enough to say, I think we could take this. Nami squishy enough. Rel almost gets taken out. The aftershock, though, to help out with the minions, gets a little bit of health, and Lilia able to survive from the church aggro. Incredibly well done by Irvine.
Yeah, and you see here, they just weren't on the same page. Jarvan flashed forward to try to make a play happen, but his team just could not follow him, and that was ultimately his demise.
Yeah.
Lilia, though, backed and got a Lost Chapter and the Ionian Boots of Lucidity. So big buys coming out from the Deer. Jarvan just walking around with a pickaxe, so he's not going to be able to take any fight, and that means there's a lot of early game agency for the side of Irvine Valley College.
Yeah, I mean, J4 can farm incredibly fast if you really know how to, and you really got to position yourself well. You got to go ahead and keep the momentum in your pathing as far as like hiding the camps and really like finishing them off next to your next camp. I don't know if people understand that. I'm pretty sure they do. That's pretty low level stuff. But look at this. Lily already getting that respawn blue buff. Oh, and the bot lane of Irvine helping out. As far as
Yeah.
the top lane, though, look at that. Aatrox trying to have his way in that lane.
Yeah, they're just getting the push and helping Lilia just take over this game and try to suffocate the J4. She's going to be clearing so fast right now. They may have seen Jarvan walk over that ward in the tri-bush, so Lilia feels confident enough to start working on that dragon, giving over a little bit of priority to the MF and Nami to take care of that minion wave bot lane. But, you know, they're starting off with the first dragon of the game. They're putting the game on a timer, and they're going to force Spartan Esports to take bad fights that they don't want to take.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Spartan, but it's okay. They still have some saving grace in the wombo combos. That's the great thing about these team comps. You just need to be on the same page to really be detrimental towards your opponents. J4 unfortunately gets the blue buff taken and the first objective being the mountain drag. He's sticking around his top side. We'll see if he goes over to the blue buff of Lilia. I don't think so, just because she's melting your camps. Look how quick she's going through them. It's crazy.
Yeah, we'll see that CS lead start to grow eventually. Look, Jarvan on the top side of his map with no camps nearby. Lilia still has her full top side to clear with the Rift Scuttler coming up, or the Rift Herald, excuse me, and the Scuttler coming up as well. But meanwhile, in the top lane, we're just seeing them trade blows back and forth, but sustain from both top laners is just so much. Jarvan may be looking for something, though.
No, Aatrox already backing out, getting the recall. Looks like no dice. Having a recall himself. Gonna go to his Gromping Wolves, and here Darken. Look at that. Just look how quick he's already melting this. Boom, 268 big damage. Already getting out the Wolves, going over to the Raptors, Krugs, and then it's gonna be almost at 20 CS. Oh no, it is gonna be at 20 CS. We'll be at 79 when she's done with the Raptors and Krugs.
Yeah, and the timing works out so well for the team. Across the map, they're going for these resets, and that allows Lilia
Oh,
just to keep full clearing the jungle. Moving up to get that Scuttle Crab and then possibly the Rift Herald, knowing Jarvan would be on the bot side.
oh yeah. I'm wondering if they saw J4. Did they have a ward on J4? Is that why she took a sudden turn onto the rift?
I'm not sure. I think maybe just the Scuttle Crab was coming up, and when they saw the Scuttle Crab was up, they just immediately went for it because there's no Scuttle Crab on the bot side.
Yep.
I've also heard it several times before. They say if you're taking your golems anytime during the game, you are trolling. Because I guess it's just so out of the way in terms of pathing. But Lilia making the way towards bot side because there's really nothing else for them to do. Maybe be looking to fight for the bot lane or just be there for a reaction gate in case Jarvan's hovering.
Yeah, I think this is more favorable towards Spartan. Irvine not really getting any advantage over that 4 kill that they already have. They're just taking it slow, ramping up, making sure that they don't get a bigger deficit towards the mid game.
And look at
Oh
this.
man.
We see Lilia is here camping the bush. Has 2 levels over the bot lane. That is insane. Throws out the bowling ball, but is not able to hit anything right there as the lifting lullaby will not put the enemy bot lane to sleep. But meanwhile, on the top side, take a look at this roam.
Oh yeah, we got J4 and Lissandra. Aatrox knows it's coming though. Incredible vision, incredible game sense. The Gragas not having the best time here either. Oh, lots of damage with those empowered Q endings. Oh, look at this. Lily and Victor coming on over. Oh,
Yeah, they see Jarvan was on the Rift Herald right here. Has to get out, taking too much damage, wouldn't be able to take that fight. And it looks like Irvine Valley College is going to be able to take this Rift Herald for free. Aatrox already on the move. Gragas half health, very minimal mana sustained for himself as well. And that's the good thing about Aatrox. Just having a resourceless champion makes it that much easier for him to stay in lane and to keep the pressure on the wave for the Lilia to go around and do more.
yep. And then look at that J4 on the Raptors of Lilia. That's a good move. When you're behind, just make sure you know where Lilia is, where the enemy jungler is, so you can go ahead and immediately go to the opposite side. He had to divert away from Rift Herald, and oh, look at this
Yeah,
potential third
Jarvan was looking
dive.
for the dive down there, but the TP coming out from the Victor to prevent it from happening. So Victor going to lose a little bit of CS in the mid lane, but there's the Lilia to take it up, and she says, "I'll take this. Thank you so much."
Yeah, I like the proactiveness of Spartan Esports. They're looking for openings. Irvine kind of following up, answering back, and then Spartan just retreating, showing the discipline, showing incredible game sense. And look at that, the bot lane not doing too shabby. Tidal wave missing though.
Yeah, Tidal Wave goes a little bit wide, and we see MF is going to be able to survive past that. The Dragon is coming up very soon, about 25 seconds. So they may have the priority over this. Lilia is on the way, but I don't know if Lilia can 1v3 right now. The 4 kills, having the Leandries done in 12 minutes, may be
Whoa.
enough to see them 1v4, 1v3, but you know, Victor does not have TP online. The Aatrox does have it online, so they may be looking to take this fight anyways. Here
Oh,
we see it. There's the flag and drag. Does not land the knockup, but he gets the in the cataclysm, and there is the bullet time, forcing the flash out of the Lilia right there. So 2 huge ultimates being paid for by that flash, and we'll see if they go back to it. Lilia uses the smite on the Krug, so they're not looking for a smite still. They're looking for the fight.
yeah, they definitely have to be looking for the fight. Lily is
Oh,
so
here we
ahead.
go.
This is her bread and butter type of fight. Oh,
Look
Rel
at that
going in.
flash engage from the Rel, locks up the enemy carries, and Nami's doing the best to sustain it up. Here comes Aatrox on the back line. J4 goes in, does not knock up anyone right here. Huge explosive cast from the Gragas right there. Season takes him down, but here comes Aatrox with the resets. He takes down one. Double kill from the Lilia, and here comes the Aatrox. He keeps getting these resets over and over again. They're going to lock up this blue buff, and they're going to set their eyes on the dragon.
Oh man, that's pretty much all she wrote for Irvine right there. Oh, I mean, for Spartan Esports, Irvine just so ahead. Lilia just likes those type of fights where she's able to just run around and spread her damage. Everyone was in a perfect circular formation for Lilia to really output a lot of damage. They should have probably just focused her down as far as Spartan Esports' silver lining. Unfortunately, they couldn't. The explosive cask was able to land on somebody though, right? He pretty much knocked in a 10 HP opponent from Irvine, right? Did I see
Yeah.
that correctly?
Yeah, he went up there and tried his best to disrupt the fight, but it just wasn't quite enough. And that's what happens when you use your cooldowns and all of your ultimates on an ultimate reliant team, is that once that team fight breaks out, it's, well, I mean, what are you gonna do? Your whole champion identity is just based around that R button.
Yeah, it's kind of die by the sword situation, right? Where you live by it, you die by it. So once those wombo combos come out of there, you really don't have a team fight to rely on. You kind of got to get out of there. They really didn't want to give up that Cloud Drake because, as we keep harping on it, it's an ultimate based team. They want that ultimate CDR to really help them out in this deficit. Now 3K up to almost 4K gold lead. Oh, Nami might be caught out. No. Okay, safe.
Yeah, gets the slow, opts not to use the ulti lullaby. Doesn't know exactly what they're running into with MF and J4 off of the map right here. Does not have the backup. Just gonna take that scuttle crab, and that's gonna be enough for Lilia. Look at this disparity in the farm. Lilia up 40 CS over the J4. 6 kills to 0 right now. And that bot lane fight just makes the rest of the game so miserable for Spartan Esports.
Yeah, Lilio's already a jungler who can eat up the camps way quicker than J4, and then with that gold lead, look at that 7.2k up against the 4.5k of the J4. 2.8, what, 2.8 deficit for the J4. That's hard to come back from.
Yeah, it's J4 just has to find ways to make himself useful. Still locking it up the bullet time. Lilia Flash should still be on cooldown. So if they really want to make this proactive play, they want to try to get the push on, find the Lilia, and take advantage of that missed flash opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do. J4 sticking around. Might be spotted out by Rel. Might not be. He's sticking around. He's gonna probably use that spring plant to try to get in there. Use the cataclysm onto the two members of Irvine. But Lilia's sneaking around. Oh, it looks like they're going in.
Yeah, and there's the Gale Force to try to keep him alive. Tidal Wave keeping him up just enough, but MF is asleep, so cannot pull the trigger. But there it goes. There's the bubble. Is Lilia going to fall down? She does not. Yes, she does. So the Nami Ignited goes down onto the Nami. Meanwhile, here's a teleport flake from the Lissandra. Goes invulnerable right now. And Spartan Esports going to take their win and back off for the meantime.
That's a really good win for Spartan Esports. Unfortunately, the bounty did go over to the Nami, but hey, nonetheless, it's okay. Nonetheless, they're able to take down the Lilia, able to get a win in that scenario, and hopefully they can keep it going for the sake of the game, because they are still down 3K gold, 7-3 as far as kills go.
Yeah, with the experience comeback mechanic in League of Legends, just being around for that kill onto the Lilia, who is so far ahead in levels, does wonders for your team, especially for the morale. And that should be a Moonstaff when Nami goes back, which means they should be able to survive the burst a little bit longer.
Oh man, the Wombo, the double knockup right there into the Cataclysm bubble for the bullet time. Those are the Wombo combos we're trying to look for. Lissandra was there as well. Unfortunately, they're unable to pick up more into it, but it's okay. They go ahead and back off. Incredibly well done. I mean, if I was T, I would that. Woo, that's a dangerous one. Living life on the edge right there. Look how much HP she had.
Yeah, good having the Nami there to keep the MF alive, especially through the sleep. I mean, I was like, oh no, they're not going to get the bullet time off. It's not going to last. Cataclysm's going to wear off, but that Cataclysm lasted a very long time. It says it keeps them up there for 3.5 seconds, so that's a very long time for MF to survive and get that bullet time off.
Oh yeah, and then the bubble after Nami, incredibly well done. Timed the Zonians incredibly well, or the stopwatch I should say, and then that's what really stopped it. Oh man, Lilia really using her advantage, outsmited her for the Raptor right there, the big Raptor.
We're getting up there in levels right here. A lot of the carries starting to get towards that level 11. Xayah pretty far behind levels of the MF. Look at that, a 25 CS lead despite having the increased jungle presence they have from the Lilia. So, I mean, the win condition right here, TT is looking to kind of be that carry for the team. They got to use these R's. Look at that. Lissandra goes forward, lands a knockup, get the CC onto the Xayah. Bubble is flashed away, but J4 just continues to chase, and here comes the bullet time to lock up. Support Fizz. Rail goes down. There goes 2 kills. Victor is on the backside trying to keep it alive, but here's a TP flank from the Gragas. Ults the Aatrox away. Aatrox uses the ultimate to get the movement speed. We see the sleep going down onto 2 members right here, forcing the flash out of the Nami. And here comes the re-engage from Lissandra. The lockup is there. Huge damage coming up from the Aatrox, but it's not going to be enough.
You need to be careful.
They survive the Chaos Storm for a little bit, but here comes the Gragas. They see Lilia go golden right here, and Lissandra picks up another kill. Here comes the Aatrox again. This Danyas is popped by the Lissandra. Lives long enough for Gragas to come through, and here's the comeback fight from Spartan Esports. That is the unofficial Red Bull ace, with Support Fizz rezzing just before the end of that fight.
Oh man, Spartan are back in this. Spartan are officially back in this. Those Wombo combos, you know, that CC, they didn't quite lock up the Xayah, but I don't know if you saw that. Rel kind of like got stuck in between the wall and the Cataclysm, and she couldn't even get out of the way within the Cataclysm. It ended up getting melted by the bullet time, and then that re-engage. Spartan Esports playing with fire, but that's the kind of things you got to do. You got to double down, especially when you're that behind, to really get in this game. And then to nullify so many kills on the side of Irvine, they nullified so many of Irvine's kills with stopwatches. I mean, it was like, you get a stopwatch, you get a stopwatch. It was incredible. Well done by Spartan.
Thank you, Oprah, for the stopwatches in this match. We really appreciate it. But I mean, just it's the press R comp we talked about. They just all pressed their R's at the same time, and it was all over from there.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna go ahead and go into a replay. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Aatrox coming in. Oh man, the gravity field doesn't really get anybody. World Ender being used, but he's just so far away. And this is Lullaby looked like where I thought they was gonna go ahead and turn it all around. The re-engage by Lissandra, just like how you said, Flag and Drag doesn't get really anybody but the Gore Drinker, and then that passive really knocks a lot of the HP off. And look at this, Gragas. Ooh, Lilia getting stopping it for just a second with the stopwatch, and then look at this, Lissandra going golden, and Aatrox unfortunately not able to proc that last Q to pick up the kill onto Lissandra. Incredibly well done by Spartan. Unfortunate for Irvine.
Yeah, great team fighting all around from Spartan Esports right there, especially with that Lissandra picking up so many kills right there. Lissandra does have the Luden's Echo completed, so is going to be able to pop a lot of those people. It's a pretty squishy team comp coming out of the side of Irvine Valley College. We see MF taking a little bit of damage there, but Nami's here to heal her right back up. And they have stabilized. They stabilized their gold lead. They have stopped the bleeding just a little bit. Still down about 3,000 gold. But we're getting to that part of the mid game where the objectives become so much more important. They have their first items. They have their ultimates up to level 2 ultimates right now. On pretty much the entire team all the way across except for maybe the supports. We see the Rift Herald is used mid lane. I think they were trying to put it bot lane, but it ended up coming mid with them. Not going to be able to stop the charge, but it's not going to do too much for the team as the minion wave is not there. So a little uncoordinated from Irvine Valley College.
Yeah, a little bit of a waste of Rift Herald. They got some damage off of it. Was able to get a charge, so still gonna be a play they can make where they take down that mid inner turret, but definitely not utilized to its greatest potential. Here we have Lilia still 6-2 with the Zonias. Has the Leandries, Victor with the Leandries. I mean, Irvine is still a scary team, but like we keep harping on about Spartan Esports is those wombo combos that they have at the ready. We got to see how Irvine's going to be able to work around all of that.
Yeah, and if you take a look at Spartan Esports too, like where their gold is concentrated, it's spread out. 3 kills for Lissandra, a couple kills for MF. You get a kill, you get a kill. But meanwhile, all the gold from Irvine Valley College is sitting on that Lilia. So much pressure is on Dark and LOL to make these plays happen, to be alive and to do the damage and be the carry for the team. And the rest of the team just has to enable them.
Oh yeah, you got to go ahead and make sure you enable them. And what's the next objective here? I mean, Baron is definitely not going to be something that Spartan's going to look forward to. They can't really melt a big objective just like a big objective like that. Zaya doesn't really have the items to do so. Spartan's got to keep looking to be proactive. They have the momentum here. They can go ahead and try to lock somebody up. Like you said, most of the gold is on Lilia. Let's go ahead and see if we can lock up the Zaya, the Victor. Someone who can't get out of the Cataclysm without the flash and really expend those summoner spells before objectives come in.
Yeah, but this is going to be huge with the dragon coming up in about 35 seconds. The ultimates are online, but so are the flashes of every single member on the side of Irvine Valley College. So if there's a time to take a fight, this is the time when you have your summoner spells available to outplay those R mechanics.
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and see. It looks like they're trying to bait something out, death push something.
No flag and drag right here. Lissandra threatens to go forward with the E, but opts not to take it. Lilia ultimate used a little prematurely. Big cooldown used from the side of Irvine Valley College, and the team is on the hunt right now. Gragas used the TP from the bottom, so he has that flanking ward, and they are taking control of the Dragon Pit. They are down on gold, but you wouldn't know that with how their team fighting.
Oh yeah, they're definitely just trying to show out. They're trying to make Irvine force them to back off. They're not going to give them the dragon just for free, even though they're ahead. Here, Lilia trying to poke them down. Jarvan taking a lot of damage. Ooh, look at that.
Flash engage from the Gragas, sees Victor flash out the other way as well. And this is Irvine Valley College's fight to take. Lissandra uses the ultimate on herself and then goes golden. Big flash engage from the Rel right now. They're not able to layer their CC effectively, and Irvine is just steamrolling this fight. Aatrox is going to pick up the last kill on the Gragas. Possibly, it looks like Gragas may be able to get away. Are they going to continue this dive? No, they decide to turn around and take their sights on the Baron. Aatrox going to take the dragon himself. And what a fight from IVC right there.
Incredibly well done by Irvine. Spartan wasn't able to really align the ultimates. Jarvan went a little too far in. MF I think followed and ended up falling to that decision. Oh, look at this here. We got a little bit of a replay. Yeah, that Lissandra ultimate basically showed that they were in the negative on this team fight. The flash by Rel, the stun on 3 members, the Leandri's torment just melting everybody. And there you see Zaya coming out of the invulnerability state, able to pick it up, double kill, and that's all she wrote. IVC able to claim that team fight. But is there a fight going on right now for the dragon
Yeah.
again?
Meanwhile, when we go back live, the dragon was not secured. Aatrox was being pushed off of it by the Gragas, but he is able to eventually take down the Gragas right here. 3-man ultimate from the Lilia. Aatrox trying to live, and here comes Lilia in the middle of him, uses the Zanyas, but here comes the Rel with the lockup. They're able to take down and steamroll this fight. They get the slow onto the Misfortune, and here comes Aatrox on the flank. They have a minion wave. They have 2 cannons. They have Baron-empowered minions, and they're just going to march down the bot lane of Spartan Esports.
Whoa, Irvine. Yet again, they're just putting a stamp on their on this game, trying to make sure they run away with the victory. Spartan Esports though came out with a dragon, 2 oceans. So if they can stick around and really nullify nullify the lead that Irvine has, probably farm up on some of those super minions that they're going to be able to get. That wave is going to completely be pushing towards their base. Hopefully, Spartan Esports is going to be able to come back into this, because that's 2 fights and a momentum swing over to the side of IVC.
And then we see here Irvine on their way out. They just try to choke out Spartan Esports. They take the entire bot side jungle for them. Blue buff taken as well. No big objectives are going to be left on the map, so it's all about how they're going to use this bottom inhibitor. Little bit of time for Spartan Esports to collect themselves as they clear these super minion waves, but it looks like the pressure may be enough. If you take away the Gragas or you take away the Lissandra, just any carry, any of the R buttons from Spartan Esports, it's going to be a struggle for them to win the fight. So I agree with taking that inhibitor. Aatrox is constantly going to be threatening that bot side, so if they try to take a fight, they may give up their game. Really well done right here. I really like how Irvine's playing this out.
Yeah, that's going to be a little detrimental. Ooh, is that a Force of Nature rush by the Gragas? Is that Force of Nature or is that Spirit Visage?
That's Force of Nature. Right after Frostfire Gauntlet.
Oh, I would have liked to see Spirit Visage at least. Very scared of the Lilia going for the Spirit Visage. I would have liked him to see just build a little bit more armor to at least go 1v1 against the Aatrox on whatever solo lane he goes to. But nonetheless, still fine. Gets the movement speed. A lot of the regen comes from the Force of Nature as well, so I'm not mad at it entirely. And the one thing though is those super minions. Lissandra is such a key element to their team fights. Having to go.
We see the engage in the mid lane though. Aatrox caught out a little bit too far. Uses a lot of his abilities to stay alive. And look at that, he's taking 5 members of damage, but they are able to take him down. In the meantime though, they're putting pressure on the top side. Is that tower going to fall? It looks like it is, as they decide to get back. TT eating a couple of those bowling balls from the Lilia. They do not have their R's online, so I still don't think they want to take this fight, but they are able to hold off the minions and keep their towers alive. Great pick from Spartan Esports.
Yeah, well done. Did you see how much Aatrox healed though? He was able to get like a second life. Healed so much with the Gore Drinker and then his sustained passive. I like that Spartan Esports are just focusing on clearing up the wave. Oh no. Oh yeah, be careful.
Yeah, there it is. The explosive cast is trying to soften them up a little bit, but there goes the tower right here, and now it's a 5v5. Flag and Drag goes forward, forces the ultimate out of the Zaya, but is able to get a 3-man snare, and everyone is drowsy on the backline. Zaya trying to kite it out as best as they can, locks up the Gragas, is able to flash the Lissandra stun, and here's the Aatrox on the backside. They're able to knock up the Lissandra, but they cannot interrupt the rest of it. Lilia, meanwhile, was on the backside, pushing in the minion wave, and they're threatening to take the second inhibitor of Spartan Esports.
Oh man, they shouldn't have engaged. A lot of R's were down, but it looks like they're still trying to do something. I think this is IVC's turn to go ahead and try to make a play, and Spartan just focus on the wave clear. If you would have explosive cast the minions, I think I would have been like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But it definitely looked like they were trying to engage. They do, but unfortunately, it does not go in their way. Here we got a
Yeah,
replay coming in.
as they lose their last inhibitor tower, we will go into this replay to watch this team fight. You see them on the backside. Look at all the pressure they try to put on the Zaya, but a wonderful three-man route sees Zaya stay alive. And look at Lilia just kind of tethering the team, going in and out, not committing too hard, and that's able to buy time and split up the team just enough for the rest of IVC to just spread apart the team and take the fight that they want to fight.
Yeah, incredibly well done by IVC, just making sure that Zaya doesn't die and making sure that the carry is able to output as much damage as possible. And Gragas unfortunately pays the toll for that. And Spartan Esports needs to go ahead and recollect themselves because look, because of that team fight, they're unfortunately going to lose this drag, which would have been a very helpful drag. 3 oceans, you definitely don't want to see it on a tanky Gragas.
And again, Baron is going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. IVC going to be pushing in the mid lane and taking control of that top side jungle. And they're going to be playing around this objective because they have 2 waves of super minions pushing into the base. Going to be very difficult for the
Oh,
Spartans to find the fight. But here comes Jarvan. He goes forward. And the Aatrox goes forward as well. Lands some huge damage and a lot of
whoa.
healing. And here's a big fight. They're in a choke point. They're eating the MF ult, but they cannot do enough. Fizz ends up going down as Lissandra zones them all off on the backline, ends up falling ultimately. Double kill for Misfortune, who is still alive, and so far it's a 2 for 2. Lilia able to get a
Oh,
double kill himself, but look at that dodge from the Zaya right there, but big damage coming from TT. Stepping forward, flashes forward, gets the kill for himself on
wow.
a rampage, gets a
Whoa.
shutdown onto the Zaya, and all that's left is a deer in the headlights. TT trying to get him down. The movement speed is going to fall off of Lilia soon, and MF still has that double step, puts down the make it rain, but is not able to get the ace for themselves. But in the meantime, the base is falling apart. They lose 1 Nexus turret for that fight, and Spartan Esports is trying to claw their way back in the game. They want something to make this game last.
Oh yeah, I mean they stalled it out another 3 minutes for sure, and then they're gonna be able to fight for an objective. So well, incredibly well done by MF. The bullet time didn't look like it did too much damage since the carries were all being zoned off by the Gragas and Lissandra, but definitely enough for them to take down the Rel and the Aatrox, and then from there MF kind of had her way in the team fight. But we'll see what they're gonna do with this Baron. As far as IVC, are they gonna just go rush for it? Are they gonna try to bait it? Because it looks like Spartan Esports is ready.
Even though you have every single turret left of yours on the game, it's still kind of scary because you just saw that team fight. It makes you put the foot on the pause or on the brake a little bit. But meanwhile, we see Saigar caught up
Ooh,
on that Jarvan, just locked up again and again and again. Sterex Gauge is popped, and here comes the bullet time yet again to put down some damage, and he just keeps getting CC'd over and over again. Jarvan, what are you doing being in that position? Lilia threatening to take the fight, but without the jungler on the side of Spartan Esports, they're going to turn their eyes back on the Baron, and this should be an easy secure for them. Oh, look at
oh,
this.
look like
Victor gets caught up. He is, where are you, Victor? Why are you up there?
oh,
And we see Lissandra goes forward, uses the ultimate on herself, but Aatrox is on the MF, and here comes the Lilia ultimate. MF does not have any kind of cleansing. He is shut
oh.
down. They move forward onto the Lissandra, who goes golden, but is only going to buy a little bit of time as Aatrox takes down the Lissandra, and they're moving forward for the Nami. It looks like they're going to look for the base instead. This should be the game with 40-second dead timers on the carries of Spartan Esports. Look at that minion wave. There are just so many minions on the base. I wouldn't be surprised if
Oh
they just
man.
clear it and they watch Gotham burn as Gragas and Nami step forward to make something happen, but they just want to take down the Nexus, and
Oh,
IVC takes down the game in 34 minutes. They are 1 win away from a spot at the grand
that's the
finals.
one. Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. Sorry for cutting that off. Ooh, I'm sorry.
What an explosive game, FFM.
Oh, I was just so worried. I was like, wait, wasn't it a best of one? But yeah, they still got one more team, and oh my goodness, this game. Oh, I like Spartan Esports. They did not want to give this game up. Lilia just had too big of a lead. She finished off 10-2-8. Clutch lullaby by her as well. Getting 2 of the main carries right, or got the bot lane of Spartan Esports. it was just all downhill from there. They couldn't finish one champion off of the side of IVC. The bullet time came out, wasn't enough to melt not even the tanks. Man, what did you, what are some of the comments you have, Acolyte?
I don't know. Despite being on the losing team, TT did so good on that misfortune to stay alive. Yeah, the bullet time was just kind of shredding the front line, but I mean, you need to be able to get through the front line somehow. And we saw Sunleaf was trying to do enough to make room for TT to go forward and get all the auto attacks off. So great team fighting. They just put themselves
Yeah.
into such an early deficit with that early game fight. Tiger just getting caught out a little bit too much, and that was ultimately their Achilles heel, which saw them lose the game.
Oh man, yeah, it was tough. It was definitely a tough sight to see. Spartan had so many signs of hope. They were able to get team fights onto their side. Shout out to TT, really forcing, really forcing, or keeping them alive, I should say, into this game. But ultimately, just too much. It was just too much of a lead.
Yeah, too much global gold, too many structures taken care of. I mean, we see MF still had the most farm in the game, but the Jarvan just fell so far behind, ultimately about 70 CS behind their opponent. And that's just what happens when you give a Lily a 4-0 lead at 4 minutes into the game. So I commend their efforts. I commend them looking for their team fights. They did very well to keep the game going as long as they did, but just ultimately too
Yeah,
far behind. I mean, when you get to 45, 50 minutes, doesn't matter what the goal difference is, right? If everyone's 6 items.
yeah.
But, just ultimately the towers being down, the inhibitors being down, just too much pressure for them to respond to. So well done by IVC to really put the foot on the gas and keep their lead going.
Woo! Oh man, unfortunate Spartan Esports. Kudos to them. Hey, if you get knocked down, just get right back up. Hopefully, we'll see them in some more competitions. But for now, we're gonna see IVC move on to face Cal Gold, and then that match will determine who's gonna go up against Team DN in the grand finals. So I can't wait. Can you, Acolyte?
Oh no, I will definitely be watching as this will round out our casting experience with you guys, the viewers. So, fantastic,
Yeah.
Fat Man. Before I sign off, do you have anything else you'd like to say to the people watching?
No, just thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to our sponsors, Corsair, Red Bull. I'm actually have all of the, all of the above, and I also got my keyboard. I don't know if you can see. I got to upgrade to that new one on that commercial though. That one looks sick.
I know it
and
looks nice.
and yeah, just thanks for the viewers at home. Without you guys, a lot of this wouldn't be possible. Any last comments from you?
I just want to say the same thing. Thank you so much for being here and being a part of this amazing event. Thank you so much for the 8 universities who put this on and the countless of hours production and people are doing behind the scenes. We're just the face of it, but a lot of people are doing work behind the scenes that you guys don't see. So we want to say thank you to them as well. Again, thank you to our
Mhm.
sponsors. Of course, without them, we couldn't do a lot of what we're doing right now. And just want to say thank you guys for being a part of us. Really appreciate your time. And we hope to see you guys again in future events. And we are going to go to a commercial. Thank you guys again.